to start the day off by talking about independent media and the digital world. When John mentioned, here we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the revolution. We're also looking back and looking forward at 40 years of development of the entire digital world that we live in today, and Iran is no exception to that. So I have assembled a really interesting panel for you this morning. To my left is Behravan, who is the Executive Director of Movements.org and runs independent media programs for Democracy Council. He's had a very long and distinguished history in this field, including with the Voice of America, a very popular radio show on VOA for years. And to his left, Alinejad, who is a research scientist at the Information Sciences Institute at USC, and also an entrepreneur, the founder of Labott, and also of Net Freedom Pioneers. To my right is Rieneke Santen. She very kindly took time out of her schedule to come visit us from the Netherlands, and we're certainly happy to have her. She is the Executive Director of Zamaneh Media, and is one of the absolute world experts on broadcasting and messaging in and out of Iran. And to her right is Michael Hull, who's the president of Psiphon Incorporated. They are headquartered in Toronto, Canada, and they are the leading technology platform for internet access around the world, really, but specifically in Iran as well. So by starting out and saying that we live in a digital world is a very trite thing to say in the United States and in the West generally. But Iran is not an exception to that. Statistics vary, but for the most part, out of a population of 82 million people, there are 40% of them have routine access to the internet. About that 40% of the population is under the age of 25. So they were what we would call today as digital natives, having grown up with digital technology. Internet penetration across the board is very, very high in the country. And what has really taken off is the use of mobile communications. Some years ago, when the government decided to use and install 3G and 4G services throughout the country, it has really taken off in a dramatic fashion, such that the penetration rates for mobile communications in Iran is 119%. Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, it means that, how do you get over 100% penetration? Well, it means that people have more than one phone, right? They have phones at home, phones at work, phones where they study. This has also sensitized the Iranian government tremendously to the whole dynamics of dissent as it is expressed online. You can find many of the details in the latest 2018 country report on Iran, which our friends at DRL issued on Wednesday. We thank you for all the hard work that you folks have done on that report. It's really an excellent piece of work, well worth reading. It has a lot of detailed information about the rather dismal human rights record of Iran, as well as a lot of good information on media and the internet. So with that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Hamid, who will tell us about the cat and mouse game between internet freedom and those who don't like it. Should I keep on?
I want to talk about some historical background about the media landscape in Iran. Many people believe that foreign intervention is not effective in many countries, but I want to talk about the form of foreign intervention that is both welcome and necessary, and is welcomed by the Iranian people based on my interactions with them. And that would be the media landscape and access to information. So a little history. prior to 1979, Khomeini used cassette tapes to distribute his message into the country. So his followers would actually duplicate those cassette tapes and distribute and share amongst their friends and followers and family members. He would also record video interviews and distribute them, produce flyers and distribute them. Catchy phrases were spray painted on walls and replicated all around the city. Many slogans. So moving forward a little bit, in the 90s, many of us who grew up in Iran had to get our Western music and videos from our dealers. In the underground network, you would actually go to our dealer and say, I want this video, or they'll come to our house with a briefcase filled with VHS tapes and CDs and so on. And then we would rent or buy them. So that was the situation. So I can say with confidence that the grandfathers of Netflix and Napster are Iranian, I would say. So it was only with sort of satellite broadcasting that the media consumption and access model was disrupted in a good way for us. The government tried to jam satellite signals, they tried to confiscate satellite dishes, they would even raid people's houses and impose harsh punishments for people who owned receivers, but none of it worked. Satellite use passed the critical mass and the government wasn't able to continue the extensive jamming of the signals. And with the introduction of satellite broadcast in Iran, information access landscape changed forever, and it continues to this day. So fast forward 4 decades after the revolution, we see the same trends with the difference that it's all digital now, it's all mobile now. Those slogans are now hashtags. Those cassettes that were duplicated are now audio files that are distributed on Telegram and WhatsApp. The video interviews that Khomeini did are now user-generated content that are distributed through decentralized platforms or through Instagram Lives that is quite popular inside the country. So it has completely taken away the monopoly from the government, and that really scares the government because they know the power of information. So now, recently, just a couple of weeks ago, Qanun newspaper was banned because of publishing just 2 words, uninvited guest, referring to Bashar Assad's uninvited or unannounced visit to the country, which many believe led to the resignation of the foreign minister. Although they tried to censor that piece of information, it got out to the country. Everyone heard about it. Just a week before that, an artist was banned from performing because he dared to allow a female backup vocalist to sing solo. That is not allowed in Iran, as ridiculous as it sounds. Even though he was banned, even though they tried to censor him, millions of people heard that beautiful voice because the people became the media using their phones and their apps. A celebrity athlete dared to debunk foreign minister Zaeid when he said the people of Iran are proud to endure the burden that is imposed by them because of Iranian government's unwavering support of the Palestinians. And that celebrity athlete on Instagram, on the same platform, said, which Iranian people? You Iranian people or us Iranian people? You're not going to feel a thing. So even though he got harassed, that post went viral and the whole country read that. Foreign ministers responded not get as much of a response from the people. It got to an extent that the supreme leader of the country had to respond to that specific post by the celebrity athlete. So I believe with no doubt that the response to Iran's relentless censorship of information and their attempts to control the flow of information is this level of foreign intervention. Without these tools, without these decentralized platforms, none of those voices would have been heard. Without Facebook, without Instagram, without circumvention technology that allow access to these tools because they are blocked, people would not have that level of access. These are Western tools. Many of them may be developed by teams that have Iranian people on board or are led by Iranians because they're familiar with the landscape. Without these tools, Iran would have been still behind the iron curtain of information. So just like the government attempted to prevent people from accessing satellite, they tried to do that with these tools as well. But I would say they have failed to do so far. And it is because we are aggressive on this side. There are groups of people that are working on this. So we need to make sure that we continue doing this and make sure it stays this way. The Iranian government spent significant resources on repressing its people and funding tools to censor the web. On this side, we need to make sure that we're up to date and have the latest technology and independent media platforms that will enable people to continue access information. Because the government knows with that level of access to information, people will learn about advocacy. People will learn to point to the corruption of the government. People will learn how to hold their government accountable. And these are not things that the Iranian government is fond of. So we need to make sure in this cat and mouse chase that continues, and we just stay.
Great. Thank you, Hamid. Excellent. It shows that here we have a situation where foreign intervention, that is independent media from outside sources, is actually welcome in the segments of the population, which is an unusual situation. One of the people who made that happen is Alinejad, who's going to tell us both about the technology and the content side of the flow of information in and out of Iran.
Hello, everyone. So what I want to talk about is actually why should we care about information access in Iran? What I want to argue is the fact that the only thing that has brought change steadily in Iran actually has been access to information and free information in Iran. The emergence of new political dynamics has been influenced by free and open media in Iran. If we go back 20 years ago, the reformists came to power at the time that internet came to Iran, at the time that there was satellite TV to become more common, and they used that technology, that new type of information exchange to leverage that and become a counterpart. And now we have a new reality. There are more Iranians who are identifying with, they're advocating for change in Iran and going beyond this regime, and they are commonly known in social media as environmentalists. And they wouldn't have existed if it wasn't, their voices wouldn't have existed if it wasn't because of the social media and independent media. Because none of the state-owned media or even some of those independent newspapers who are operating in Iran would have been able to give them voice. Due to information access in Iran, people are far more secular to a generation compared to a generation ago who participated in the Islamic Revolution. This change would have not happened so fast if it was just people were left to their own. For many of the great revolutions, it took 2 or 3 generations for the revolutionaries to change and give up on the revolutionary ideologies. One example I can give you just from my own experience, the website I founded, Bolatarin, it got very popular. I started in 2006, and it was fairly popular by 2008. And back then, a lot of government supporters actually came on the platform as well, just because it was something new. So it had a very diverse audience and user base. One of the cases I remember, there was a user who got offended by a posting of another user, and that posting was, he perceived it as anti-religious, anti-Islam, and he took on himself to go and threaten that user and threatened him with beheading. So I was actually shocked. That was our first case of such a thing, and I was wondering how to deal with it. Of course, these people live, far away from each other, and there wasn't a real danger. It turned out that we shouldn't be doing anything other than banning that specific user. But what makes it interesting that a few years later, I saw that user who threatened the other person has posted something on another social media making fun of himself, saying that this was me 3 or 4 years ago threatening someone because of a posting. And he had changed significantly. He changed so much within 3 years that he was making fun of his own posting. And these things wouldn't have happened if it wasn't because of the free flow of information and people getting exposed to so many new ideas and new information. So the government of Iran is, of course, aware of this, and they want to slow down the change. They are not going to be able to stop the change, but they are trying their best to slow down the change. And they achieve this mainly by heavily censoring the social media, websites, and any type of information that gets in Iran, and also the free flow of information within Iran. So they have blocked websites like YouTube, Facebook, Telegram, and the website Boletaine also got blocked fairly quickly. It was blocked within 4 months of its start date. And one thing I remember at some point, actually, Michael, who is here, they started Psiphon, which is an anti-censorship tool. So I heavily relied on Psiphon to get around the censorship and allow my users to access the website. Back in 2009, when there was a protest in Iran, there was much more demand for free information. And I remember blasting emails to the entire user base of our website with tools such as Psiphon to get them around censorship in Iran. One other thing I want to discuss is the fact that, of course, there's steady change because of the free flow of information. But there are times that something happens in Iran, there are major protests, there are major events, and at those times, there is a need for a different strategy. So the social media and also satellite TVs play a fairly different role during those times. At normal times, their impact is mostly changing people's opinions fairly slowly. But at those critical times, it's about where people are going to meet for the next demonstrations, where people are going to, are they going to get the images, the videos, and that kind of information outside of the country. So the role of media changes significantly during those times. And so far, what I see is that actually there hasn't been enough planning for those times. One of the projects that I started several years ago in that direction was a project to deliver content in Iran through satellite TV platforms, but sending files. And I believe we need more of such projects to be able to get around that sort of censorship.
Great, thanks very much. It's really an excellent profile of how content and delivery is weaved together. But another part, and a very important part of the digital story, is the ability to weave messages in a diverse way from diverse sources, but actually to tell a story. So Rieneke is going to tell us now about how we tell stories and how we make them effective.
Thank you. There's a city in southern Iraq, close to the Iraqi border. Can you hear me all right? It's on. Is this better? Oh. There's a city in southern Iraq, close to the Iraqi border, called Labott. And that city is close to the ancient city of Shush. Not far from Shush lies the Haft-Tabe sugarcane factory complex. On a Sunday in November 2018, a young woman of 22 years old with short blue hair left Labott together with a girlfriend, and he drove for a couple hours to Shush in order to support the ongoing and growing protests by Haft-Tabe workers, to report a citizen journalist from the scene. This woman is Saeid. The Haft-Tabe workers have not been paid their wages for 5 months in a post-state-mediated privatization and a halt of the production cycle. Therefore, since October 2018, The workers, under the leadership of Ismail Bakshi, have been protesting in front of government buildings with a now nationwide popular slogan, bread, jobs, freedom. The lives of Saeid and Ismail will from then on be connected as they could have never imagined. This girl with blue hair started documenting the protests, sending photos and videos to different media outlets and posting them on social media. Saeid sent her reports from the scene directly to outside journalists, who shared them widely on the internet and social media, and so did we at Zamaneh. This story soon turns into a very tragic one. One where both Ismail and Saeid are arrested among many others, but two of them have endured the most. They've been tortured, their families harassed and beaten. And after speaking about these events of their torture and forced televised confessions after being released, they have both been arrested a second time and they are both in prison right now. After being released, Saeid actually recorded her interrogated and threatened her and shared the files with the media. Ismail published an open letter on social media after his first arrest and release, attesting to being tortured while in custody, which Saeid confirmed as having witnessed. And this triggered widespread support and outrage. It led to revelations from numerous Iranian political prisoners publicizing their own accounts of abuse and torture in Iran's prisons. All along, the Iranian authorities, Ministry of Intelligence and the Judiciary in Iran, have denied the allegations of torture in Iran's prisons. They claim that these statements are part of a plan conceived by foreign enemies. Now, why is this the story that I choose to speak about when we are discussing independent media and the future of Iran? It is because this brave young citizen reporter and the protesting worker, they represent significant movements in Iran. One, the workers' rights protests that are happening all over the country every single day. These protests are protests of the working class who are enduring tremendous economic hardship throughout many sectors and geographical regions. We anticipate that they will all eventually be connected together. Secondly, the emerging class, like Saeid, what we call the middle class poor. It is a growing group of young, highly educated, unemployed individuals. They have access to technology and the internet. They have lots of time on their hands and they have a cause. This cause being simply trying to find a better future for themselves. We believe that this group can be a driving force of social political change. They have demands and they want to be agents of change. For years, the question of media outside of Iran has been how do we access the civil movements that are shaping in the field domestically inside Iran. Social media, the internet, technology, they have often, I think, been over-glorified as tools of social movements. But access to the field is vital to make it as possible. It is people like Saeid that are connecting us, the media, to the field. She shines where technology fails us. Because she is the one with access to technology and media outlets and can share the stories and the voices of the protesting workers who did not have that access. She connects the field to the rest of the world, and it is a connection between the movement happening online and the movement happening on the ground. It is contributors like her that help us at Zamaneh collect and report on many labor protests throughout the country, even in the most remote places. I left some of our labor rights reports on the table outside. We published bi-monthly in-depth reports in Farzin and English, and one of them is also on this case that I'm discussing right now. And those reports, they end up as publications on our news website, literally reaching millions of people inside Iran. So my message really is, technology is not what makes social movements, it's people that make social movements happen, and these are the tools that they have. It is these brave individuals who make the access and the connections happen. Through these tools that groups like Psiphon, Tusha, and others provide us with, vital information and connections can be made and shared. Unfortunately, this young woman is paying a very, very high price for doing this. It is people like her that we must support and invest in, as well as the editorial teams that break and cover these stories. I would like to ask of you, is it okay that a technologist charges $150 an hour and a journalist $25? We need to support journalism just as much. What can we do as Zamaneh? We can share the stories. We facilitate and moderate the citizen reporting website. Security report or whistleblowing platforms in the making. We just launched Iran's first petitioning platform that fast. And we try to find the themes that are relevant to the people and try to engage with them on the online platforms that they are able to use. To have a peaceful and locally driven transition towards a more democratic and rights-based society in Iran, where access to information and freedom of expression are no longer censored and punished, the media need access to these people in the field to tell their stories, and they need to have access to independent media to increase their knowledge, to be empowered and informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring, and I think it's a very good message to say that we can't forget the human element in this, although some of us who are in the technology field certainly value the fact that in the end what we're doing is connecting human beings together and letting them tell their stories, and they're very effective. But to stand up that kind of human action requires a great deal of work behind the scenes. It's not something where you can just simply develop a technology tool and throw it over your shoulder and hope that it's going to catch on and work. It doesn't happen that way when we're dealing with an adversary that is actively trying to interfere with the communications we're trying to enable. And so to tell us more about how the technology platforms work that stand up all of these activities is Michael Hall from Psiphon.
Thank you, Eric. I'm here to address the issue of how to keep people connected so that these incredible stories are able to be disseminated both within Iran and as well as two-way channel of information flowing out of Iran and into towards the Western world. We started developing Psiphon out of the University of Toronto lab called the Citizen Lab. We released the first version of the software in December 1st, 2006. Which goes to show you how far back in time. That's before Facebook, that's before a lot of the platforms that people now depend on were around. And the role of independent media, I can go down this table, I can tell you each time, for example, when Nadimi mentioned through Balaton people, users to get the Psiphon software, we saw a bump in people using it. It was also Hamid who did a great show on PNN, Persian News Network, highlighting some of the technical capabilities of Psiphon to allow people to stay connected, and that gave us a big bump. Zamaneh Media, our work with them over the years has been an incredible capability to give access to Zamaneh Tribune, the user-generated content platform that has people in Iran putting their stories up and making them available to other people in the world to see. And this interrelationship between a technology company, a bunch of people writing software to get around the Iranian filtering system, which I consider to be the most advanced filtering system in the world, has really been, it's this combination of them telling people in the diaspora as well as being able to communicate to people within the country to say, hey, there's an alternative. And if you're not comfortable with the arbitrary decisions of the ISPs in your country, you can download this simple software, which will then allow you to have a resilient connection and access to media sites that are banned within the country. As time moves on, you move into Facebook and Twitter and all of the social media platforms, which are now critical pieces of infrastructure for people to communicate. The story I'm going to tell you a little bit about is, however, the story of Telegram, which is a piece of communication platform that's very popular in Iran, estimated to be used by 40 million Iranians. And it was at the end of 2017, just before the new year, there were extensive protests in Iran, and when that occurred, the government decided to block Telegram from being able to be used within the country. And this was a particularly remarkable event because this was the first time we saw at Siphon population-level response to that. We typically have around 1.5 million Iranians on our network every day. And on December 30th, the day of the blocking of Telegram, we saw a surge to over 10.5 million people on our network from Iran. This was not only remarkable in terms of the numbers, but also remarkable in terms of how we saw this is now a cross-generational response, a population-level response, and a very heartening example of how people can take through word of mouth and also support through the media platforms that we're telling people that there is a way to get back onto Telegram. The BBC Persian news source posted on Instagram to say, hey, this is how you can go get Siphon, and if you're having trouble getting access to Telegram. So this relationship between media and a technology company is very interesting. This demand that was coming out of this blocking of Telegram, which clearly affected the entire society, really showed how this investment that the U.S. government has had in terms of supporting our tool as well as other tools really paid off. People knew about this software, and the combination of people's word of mouth and the response. There was a lot of coverage in the Wall Street Journal and that kind of thing. There was a real capability to see the population to say, hey, you know what? We're not going to let this happen. We're going to download this tool, and we're going to use it to stay connected on Telegram. And that was a very interesting problem for us to solve because Telegram is a very different thing than a website to support. But we quickly modified our servers to be able to support the voice over IP and all the different capabilities of the software, and managed to get people online. Perhaps there's also some very interesting things. Twitter, which is blocked in Iran, was one of the main platforms where people were telling each other about which software tools were working and which ones weren't working. And but sort of there was also coming back to this notion that it was quite remarkable to see people in the country deciding that they were going to do their own thing, and to see this cross-generational response to the filtering systems that were put in place was a Twitter user who had posted this quite compelling tweet, which was, I installed Siphon for my dad, and after he saw the ding-ding of his Telegram messages, he kissed me on the cheek. P.S. I finished high school. He didn't kiss me on the cheek. I got into university. He didn't kiss me on the cheek. I finished university. He didn't kiss me on the cheek. And this is a very interesting story that goes to show how societies to be able to provide the capability for people and citizens to make their own decisions, to choose their capability. To me, this is a very powerful technique that really helps to go to hearts and minds of the population. The stories of the people taking action when their government does things that are wrong in their minds, is underscored by this capability to see people really react and come together and work together to keep themselves online.
Thank you, Michael. An amazing story. And again, it's only through the technology platforms like this where you can actually get a population level impact, where you're getting contact with millions of individuals on a daily basis. So what I'd like to do now is I'm just going to ask a couple of questions of the panelists, and then I'd like to open it up to the floor. So my first question is about the challenges that we face in producing attractive content and obtaining content so that Iranians can hear their voices heard as well. And I'd like to first direct that question to Rieneke and then to Hamid. Right. And the problems and challenges that we face at the present time.
Yeah, I think that in general, it's becoming a very delicate situation in terms of the security of people. And just as the story that I just mentioned about, these arrests is happening on a large scale, and what is increasingly difficult is to keep the people safe in Iran and have secure communications. I think that one of the most important things that we can do is try to help with having secure communications. Also in terms of fact-checking is something that we didn't mention yet, but it also comes back to the point where I say we need to support journalism, because yes, we have a lot of open platforms for us and open for Iranians when they use tools like Psiphon, but even by keeping those platforms open and the massive amount of information that is being shared, fact-checking is becoming increasingly difficult. Also in terms of fighting corruption and publishing these sensitive cases, we need to be able to fact-check, of course. I think that we need to try and do everything we can to avoid isolation. I also think that increasingly, if you look at the movements that are happening right now, and the one that I just mentioned about poverty, for instance, and about this large group that is very, very unhappy and is taking to the streets, the people that we've seen on the streets December and January last year, it's difficult to reach those. So I think that we also need to look beyond what is happening in Tehran and try to find those connections. And that means being extremely, extremely careful in how we build our network inside and how we communicate with them. And that is definitely not an easy thing to do. And it needs time and investment and very, very careful implementation.
Great, thank you.
So I'll definitely second the fact-checking challenges that we have. There's a lot of noise out there, a lot of disinformation, and the Iranian government is very smart about how they conduct their media campaigns. They have their trolls, they have their bots, they have these propped-up celebrities that just produce content and it's high quality. So we have the challenge of first attracting the Iranian audience because we don't have that level of access to the content inside the country. And then we have to compete with these pretty nicely produced items that come from the country. So I think it is very important for groups like us who are in the outside, work on independent media, to be able to empower independent groups inside the country who are not able to provide content to their state-controlled media because it will not get rockets. So I think our way around this challenge of gaining access to media is empowering people to produce their own content. Most of our approach is always locally produced, locally driven, locally distributed, because that is what resonates a lot more. So if something is locally produced, then you could potentially gain access to that content and then distribute it from the outside. But people need to be empowered and learn how they can produce objective programming that does not get called out by their peers as anything that has a specific agenda. So that's part of our challenge. We're able to train people inside the country and then provide the content to distribute more.
Right, absolutely. And another important element, we focus a lot of our attention on getting information in and out and circulating inside the country. But it's also an important factor in today's information wars, if you will, that we have different Iranian voices that are heard in other parts of the Middle East. So that the government's message is not exclusively what people in other countries hear about Iran. That's also a very, very important element. So now I'd like to ask Nikki and Michael about what the future holds on the technology side. Are there things that we should be doing more of as we face an increasingly sophisticated and capable adversary?
One thing Iranian government has been doing for the past few years is implementing national internet systems. So what they do is basically they try to bring all the infrastructure of the websites and services inside the country. This could be websites for banks, websites for ministries, and any other social media. And so they want to basically host all services inside the country. One big reason for this, of course, one justification they give is this is for security, and we've been attacked before, and we want to make sure our infrastructure is secure and so on. But another main reason which they don't mention is the fact that if there are protests and demonstrations in Iran, they will be able to shut down internet and disconnect it from international connections. And they've done that in the past. They either have slowed down connections or they've shut it down for a few hours at least. So this brings a big challenge for us because if internet is shut down, what can we do? So one, on the technology front, we need to do more in terms of P2P technologies that could circulate the information inside the country. We need to figure out ways of getting information out. So this is actually a very tricky question, challenging issue. And also finding ways of sending information in. So these are three big questions and we need to work on them. So there are, of course, the project Tushe that I'm working on is more focused on the sending information in. There are P2P projects focusing to circulate the information inside the country. But I'm not aware of any other project that's working on getting information out of the country. So that's one, I think, one big challenge I think.
Okay, great. Michael, and then we'll go ahead and open questions for the floor.
Well, from our point of view, the main challenge that we have is the sophistication of the adversary, as we like to call them. There's a very well-coordinated filtering regime in place. They are capable of running very large routing systems that are capable of looking at traffic that's going through their network at levels that we had previously thought would be impossible. And so there's a couple of things that push back on us. One is obviously having millions of Iranians on our network every day. It's a demand that's there regularly, and there's continually more demand, and having less people on servers would make them have a faster experience, which would get them access to more information. So there's a little bit of a brute force thing that I would say. Once we figure out how to break through the barriers, then supporting the people that are flowing in through those breakthroughs is important. So, and I have to say that doing this for over 11 years now, without the support of governments behind this, you're not going to be able to keep this up. the research and development efforts that are required to keep the protocols working against these sophisticated people or the adversary is a really good example. You can imagine that they're sitting in a toll booth looking at all the cars coming through the bridge, and that's a big advantage for them. So there's a need to, there's a real need to stay up on the research and development side, and then there's a need to be able to provide just the infrastructure. We push almost a petabyte a day of traffic in and out of Iran every day, and that's a lot of bytes.
Thanks. Okay, if I could ask for questions, if you would just take the microphone and identify yourself, and we'll go first to Barbara. There you go.
Thanks, Barbara Saeid from the Atlantic Council. Can you give a sense of how effective the Iranian government is in preventing people from getting to the internet? You mentioned the case of last year. I mean, it seems to me, from my experience there, that every time the government comes up with a new blocking mechanism, it takes them a little while, but they find a way around it. The other question I have is, to what extent U.S. sanctions are making your lives easier or more difficult? We've read that it's harder for Iranians to get access to certain technology, even though I believe it's not sanctioned. Certain apps have been barred now by sanctions. Companies have decided to take them off devices. So whoever would like to speak to both those questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Certainly as I mentioned in my initial talk, was that I consider the Iranian filtering system to be the most sophisticated one in the world. They've kind of taken over from the Chinese and from our side. And they are, and as well, they have a lot of infrastructure themselves to be able to build these filtering systems. And of course, as I mentioned, they have a huge advantage point. However, one of the things about having Psiphon on all these devices around the world is that when people try to connect to our network and it doesn't work, we learn about what it was that didn't work. And so this relationship between us as a tool provider and people themselves is the thing that helps to give us the information we require to counter this. So it's by no means, there's days where we have issues, and there's days where we win. But it's a real pitched battle. It's not, every time we see users going up on our network, we all touch wood, and we also all get back to the next innovation that we're going to do for the next time it comes in. But it really is, it's a remarkable thing to see when there is a disruption, to see people continually trying to reconnect and bring and send us feedback, and the rest of that. We have an incredible database of feedback that people saying, this is working, it's not working.
Okay, great. Thanks, you, Michael. Yeah, now I'd like to address sanctions, and I'll ask my colleagues to chime in. In the case of Iran, business models of the major Western service providers don't function because, one, Iranians can't pay for things with credit cards, and two, you need an OFAC license to have any kind of economic relationship with Iranians. That is possible in certain narrow areas where there are OFAC licenses, but on the part of the major social media platforms, they really don't have the financial incentives to either use general license D1, which would allow them to do that. They prefer to have their own OFAC licenses, but the financial incentive, the economic incentive to do so isn't really there. I think there's also, and I'm just speaking for myself, when I was in government, having to deal with this all the time, is that there are, I think there's a risk-averse mentality, that it's really not, downside of perhaps being in a sanctions violation. And so there's a natural tendency to say it's just not worth doing. That's not good for this environment. We need to, I believe, take another look at that. But it also produces, in some cases, an even more conservative reaction to this, and that is, I will prevent other people on my network from going in and out of Iran because, I might be implicated in it as an intermediary. And my only answer to that is one censorship regime is really enough without having two. And that's an issue that if you really want to do this kind of programming in an aggressive way, you have to come to grips with it. Open that to other comments or my colleagues.
I want to just elaborate my information in terms of people's access to internet. An average Iranian user has an arsenal of circumvention tech. Once one stops working, they switch the other one, and the other one, and the other. They always find a way. So again, when Telegram, for example, was blocked, we saw significant spike in users, Psiphon, but also other tools. So we got one of the tools that was downloaded 1 million times in 48 hours. So that shows that people will find a way, and that's why I personally believe that we need to have a whack-a-mole approach. We need to have multiple tools with multiple technologies, different technologies from multiple angles, so we would be able to exhaust Iranian government's resources. They can't target all the tools all the time.
Okay, good. We have a question. Yeah, Jim?
Excuse me. First a quick comment. In the sanitized environment that we're in, we tend to lose track or appreciation of the magnitude of the impact that E5 has in Iran today. Millions of people every day get access and are connected to each other because of you. This is a question that I would appreciate if each one of you addressed from your different perspectives. In 2009, there was a juggernaut after the elections, and the Iranian population and the activist community lost the information war, or were decimated in that time period, overwhelmed by the filtering regime and the actions of the government. Looking at the future, there will be expected to be some sort of juggernaut, information juggernaut crisis, where the connectivity is going to be limited, shut off, the applications are going to be shut down. To the extent that you can speak to this in an open environment, are we ready? Are we prepared? What should we be doing in each of your individual positions? Are you looking forward to that period of time? And what can we do to help?
Okay, great. I'd like to ask each of my colleagues who want to speak on that. I think, Jim, one of the things that is a good sign is I think there's a recognition in the State Department that there are times when you have surge activities where either because of civil disorders there's a huge spike in traffic, and those are usually coincident with censorship events as well. So everything seems to ratchet up in a major way when that happens. And I think there's a recognition today on the part of the State Department that you need to have funds available to do that. And in the 2019 budget, funds have been made available for contingencies of that nature. So that's, I think, definitely a step in the right direction. In terms of are we ready? I'll let my colleagues address that.
I actually think that we are not ready. I just give you an example from 2009, which is relevant. Back in 2009, the day after the election, the traffic to the website was running tripled, and a lot of people from Iran were visiting the website. At the same time, the website associated with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they started launching DDoS attacks on the website. So the website was down many times during the day, and this actually happened throughout the year. It wasn't just that at a specific time. Once we brought a DDoS prevention expert to look at the website and the servers to tell us if there is anything we can do. And he came back and said, actually the type of attacks that they're running, this is something you could buy in black market, or hackers, Russians and like Eastern Europeans that you would pay and they would do these kind of things. And they charge $20,000 per hour to run these attacks. So that's the type of resources we are talking that the Iranian government is ready to spend to bring down just one website. So it's and of course they were doing it to 20 other websites. This wasn't just one in a specific case. So I think during those times there are a lot of other things that are happening, and considering the Iranian government is very resourceful and their resources are very focused. They have, of course, the more centralized command center and so on. They can do a lot of damage to a lot of independent media. So there is, we need to be far more prepared, and not just technically, also in terms of what the media responses are going to be. What are we going to do with the trolls? What are we going to do with the, all these attacks on social media and individuals and harassment and all that?
Yeah, very true. There are a lot of moving parts when an event like that happens, and the community has to work together. They all have different specialties and capabilities. Mike, do you want to respond to that too in terms of surge and censorship events?
Certainly. The question of whether we're ready is, every day is sort of a day of making sure you're ready. But there is definitely a concern that both the resources and the technical capabilities are starting to sway over. The Iranian tech people are extremely smart, and they implement incredibly novel ways of disrupting not only our network but all networks. And as Ahmed mentioned, having a multiplicity of techniques is very important. So we kind of built in, we run about 8 different protocols that work variously well every day, and that kind of thing. But certainly there is a worry that there could be an overwhelming response. Part of this is, it's interesting with the Telegram blocking, because there was 2 events of Telegram blocking in 2000. The first one, they blocked Telegram, but they weren't really ready to block Telegram. So our networks were not getting attacked at the same time. And then later in May, when they wanted to introduce a counter piece of technology called Sharush, which is a messaging app of its own right, that, for the week leading up to that, we saw increased network interruptions on our network and attacks on our network. And that kind of gave us an indication that was going to be that we weren't too far away from the second blocking of Telegram. And but that really did, when they blocked it the second time, they also they were very effective at disrupting our network. And so, we create frustration for the people, and that can be a bad way to lose the game as well. So, I don't want to just say, oh, more money, but there are certain aspects to this where we need to procure servers in the order of, we run about 3,500 servers around the world. All of those servers are running on commercial networks. Those commercial networks need money to provide that service. And so there is, on the one hand, that's great because it means that it's not just Psiphon servers running, and that it's servers run by other large corporations that we're utilizing. So there's but nothing is better than a good business relationship with a big cloud provider or a content delivery network that we depend on to deliver our stuff. So are we ready? We try to be ready, but these events that we see can really indicate that it's not trivial to be ready.
Okay, great. We've got maybe a couple of minutes left. Let's go to Ahmed and finish up.
So I think we always need to be in a rapid response mode when it comes to Iran. We were discussing actually yesterday for another project that we have we are going to build a calendar of horrible events that have happened inside the country, because there's a direct correlation between internet censorship and the anniversary of these horrible events that have happened inside the country. Previously, every single time, even when we knew something was coming up, we weren't fully ready. Maybe individual groups that advocate open access to information are ready, but as the internet freedom community, groups that advocate for such things, collectively we're not ready, because, as Mahdi mentioned, the Iranian government is resourceful, they're laser focused, but as a distributed, decentralized community, we're not necessarily fully in sync. So I think we need to do a much better job working together, so we will be able to share resources and have an impact.
Yeah, I would actually like to point out something else. When we talk about this, I think that it's been 10 years since the Green Movement. And I think that realistically, how long of a blackout can we expect? All of Iran's leaders, they have their own Twitter accounts, they're tweeting in English, they use the internet widely. I also think that they're pretty disorganized inside the government themselves. Of course, there will be blackouts and moments being offline, but I don't think that that ever covers the entire country completely. So I think that we need to be a bit realistic and say where are resources and where are they best used. I think that's what is very, very important right now, is that we try to understand better how the Iranian regime uses the internet themselves to counter our activities. And that is online harassment, like Mahdi mentioned. And how do they profile users? How do they find them and arrest them? How are they able to find out our networks and trying to infiltrate networks, trying to negatively impact our work in that way? I think is a very, very important point in moving forward as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I hope we have set the stage for the next two panels. You're going to hear a lot of very interesting perspectives about marginalized communities and support for civil society. Keep in mind that in a digital world, this is a very important, it's not the only game in town, but the cat and mouse game goes on. And so far, the mouse is winning, and we want to keep that happening. Maybe the cat can catch one mouse, but can't catch a million mice, right? So, thank you very much.
But I just wanted to make one very quick opening comment, which is that we spend a lot of time here in Washington focused on Iran, but to the extent that our conversations around Iran, they tend to be about the minutiae within the regime, about why Labott might offer a resignation on Instagram, about this meeting or that elevation or that devotion. And yet, we spend disproportionately too little time talking about the real movers and shakers in Iranian society and Iranian history. And to the extent that we want to understand what's happening in Iran today, what's going to happen in Iran in the future, to the extent that we want to correct in Washington the mistakes that we made in the past in terms of understanding Iran, we need to focus on Iranian people and on the marginalized communities, the social and political activists who are so crucial to both Iran's past, its present, and its future. And so I'm thrilled today to be here with these four speakers and look forward to their conversation about just these very issues. Let me introduce them very briefly. You have them in front of you. We'll start with Marjan, who is the co-founder of the Alliance for the Rights of All Minorities and also works with the Democracy Council. Masih Alinejad will follow. Masih is a journalist and best-selling author of The Wind in My Hair, and you've likely seen her social media posts, which have gone viral and have helped to inspire a movement within Iran focused on women's rights. We'll follow with Azadeh Pourzand, who is the executive director of the Siamak Pourzand Foundation, which focuses on promoting freedom of expression in Iran. And Azadeh is a dedicated civil society activist and comes from a very distinguished lineage of Iranian scholars, writers, and activists. And finally, Shahin Milani will egregious violations of human rights across a range of issues and a range of historical periods in the Islamic Republic. So with no further ado, let me turn things over to Marjan. They will offer these opening remarks. We'll have a bit of a conversation among the panel, and then we'll give all of you an opportunity, because I know you're quite eager to do, to engage with our speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, and thank you to all of you who are here today. I want to begin by acknowledging and expressing my condolences for the families of those who were lost in this morning's vicious attack in New Zealand, and begin by saying that extremism in the name of religion or racism is something that should be condemned anywhere in the world, whether it is here abroad or inside Iran. And this brings us to a discussion of marginalization of people of Iran. As we know, when Ayatollah Khomeini was organizing the Islamic Revolution and the overthrow of the Shah, he followed a main strategy. He organized the discontent and marginalized people and absorbed them into the infrastructure of the mosque. This was the beginning of a governance system that combined religion with politics, a constitution and penal code that was based on Khomeini's interpretation of Islam, and the declaration of Shia Haqq Isna Ashari as the top of the religious food chain and the ruling pyramid. The mosques served as mobilization units to process and channel the frustration of people who were marginalized or ignored by the Shah. They provided humble and supportive environment of brotherhood, an explanation for their suffering, and a vision for a more hopeful future. The same infrastructure later helped them cope with the difficult times of the Iran-Iraq War and even beyond. But over the years, the Islamic Republic has proven deficient in addressing the needs of the marginalized population at home, and instead has exercised a robust engagement strategy with marginalized people around the world. They criticize the treatment of minorities here in the US, in the Middle East, and in Europe as a strategy to deflect the growing disenchantment and alienation of their own population in Iran. This alienation is reaching a dangerous and tipping point that threatens the Islamic Republic and potentially the entire region. To illustrate my point, I will be focusing on the religious and ethnic minorities with a categorization of contained versus uncontained descriptions. I argue that contained populations are more likely to uphold the status quo and thereby least likely to engage in protests or demonstrations against the regime from fear of retaliation. Conversely, the less contained populations are more likely to engage in such activities because they're already deprived of so much. First, we will talk about the contained minorities and how the regime has co-opted them to uphold the status quo and even to promote revolutionary ideals. I'm glad my friend Suzanne Azadeh is here from the Iranian American Jewish Federation. As we know, the Islamic Republic has privileged 3 religious groups in a clever and effective strategy, giving them small benefits in order to reduce the possibility of backlash domestically and widespread condemnation internationally. We can call these groups as the contained minorities. These are the Jews, the Christians, and the Zoroastrians who are officially accepted according to Iran's constitution and given the second-class status, with certain freedoms to practice their religions within legal limits. This means that Jews can drink wine, Christians can eat ham, but they should not invite their brothers and sisters in their religious practices, even milestone events such as weddings. As second-class citizens, these groups are deprived of other rights, such as equality before the law. But they have been given the privilege of a representative in the parliament. Now, one can see these representatives as interlocutors between the minority groups and the government at large, advocating and demanding things for their own communities. However, what we have seen is that these representatives serve as agents of conformity and containment, ensuring that their respective members are in line and they are ready to declare their allegiance to the government when needed. We see these examples of conformity in the following ways. When the Iranian Jewish community, for example, organizes anti-Israel demonstrations or hosts book launches about contributions of Iranian Jews to the Islamic Revolution and its survival. We also see this example of conformity when Armenian Christian soccer player Teymurian kisses the Quran and walks under it before a soccer match and talks about the special feeling he had. Or the Zoroastrian member of the city council in Yazd, Saeid, whose electoral victory was almost revoked because he's not a Muslim. He sent a solidarity message with Javad Zarif using the Zarif's Day hashtag. By and large, these groups are contained. They do not communicate much with outside diaspora. They don't oppose the government, and rather they follow the status quo diligently and in order to preserve the safety of their communities. I have so much more to say. Next, we will talk about the uncontained minorities. In short, they are the Sunni Muslim, Ghonabadi Dervishes, Baha'is, evangelical, and Christian converts. These groups do not benefit from the same constitutional provisions, and their rights they have very limited rights. Their mere presence poses a political and ideological threat to the regime, which is founded on governance through mosques. In case of Sunnis and the Dervishes, they have their own mosque, or at least they try to, and they can have an alternative to the Islamic, different alternative Islamic to what the Republic is offering them. In the case of evangelical Christians and the Baha'is, they can offer entire religions outside of the religion of Islam. These conditions have put these groups at frequent risk of arrest and criminalization. Most of their convenings are perceived as you're making me nervous here. They are perceived as either gatherings to threaten national security or to promote heresy. In terms of civil society activities, however, the Baha'is, evangelicals, Christians, and converts report their arrests and the business closures and the human rights violations that they're experiencing, but this is just reporting. They do not participate in protests in an open way. However, the Muslim counterparts, the Ghonabadi Dervishes, and the Sunnis are more likely to be seen on the protest scene, and they are protesting in universities, they're holding sittings, and they are very visible and active in the protest scene. Let's touch upon the ethnic minorities here, who are primarily Sunni minorities. These groups are not only discriminated against because of their religious beliefs, but also because of their cultural and ethnic backgrounds that make them different from other Persians. The regions where they reside are geographically and arguably historically neglected, lacking resource infrastructure that they so desperately need. Their occupations are some of the most lamentable types of Kolabars in the case of the Kurds, and the fuel transporters in the case of the Baluchis, just to name a few. We know about the environmental crises that they're dealing with, from lack of clean water in Ahvaz to lack of irrigable land in Sistan and Baluchistan, and the drying of the Lake Urumia. Culturally, they are restricted from teaching their mother language, and at the same time they have a hard time communicating with Persian language officials. Even in the court of law, there are barriers in front of them. And like the Ghonabadi Dervishes, they're very likely to experience frequent arrests, long detention, harsher conditions while they're in detention, executions, mass executions, and even private executions. So these harsh punitive measures are intended to restrict the abilities of these minority groups from communicating with outside, from expressing their level of frustration and the reality of their marginalized life in outside society. However, in the case of the Sunnis and the Dervishes, we see that even though they are using all of these measures, and in the case of the ethnic minorities, even the proper channels of their local representatives, they're still not obtaining anything. This is what is putting the country in danger of possible separatism, which is the worst case scenario. And I will just take 1 minute to talk about what I'm seeing based on my communication with representatives of different minorities about the possibility of separatism. So based on my conversations, most ethnic minorities consider themselves Iranian, and they are very committed to Iranian values. They believe that they consider themselves patriotic. They would much rather remain in Iran and receive whatever they need from the central government, and also they demand that their people would be treated with dignity and respect. Ultimately, these groups would much rather build and develop their condition than be absorbed by a neighboring country that they don't have any particular attachment to. And you see, we Iranians, regardless of political or religious affiliation, are deeply, deeply patriotic. And all of us believe that Iran's geographical borders are sacrosanct and not a matter of compromise. Domestically, the Islamic Republic uses this powerful sentiment of Iranian patriotism to turn Iranians against each other, or by creating a self-fulfilling prophecy that labels Iranians ethnic minorities and others who represent them as national security threats or terrorists. But what they should be doing instead is to engage them and not alienate them. So of course, no one wants any terrorists in their midst. No one wants people who are suddenly identified with a different language, different God, different religion, and a government that is spewing hate among them, about them. And I'm sure that is very familiar to all of us. So I have some policy recommendations that I can leave for our discussion further in order to give everybody else time to speak.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my weapon. It's over there. By weapon, don't be scared. In Iran, because we don't have free media, so social media and mobile phone, laptop, it's like our weapon.
I thought it was your camera.
Yeah, my camera is my weapon as well, so follow the hashtag, my camera is my weapon. Oh, I have a loud voice, don't worry about it. I got expelled from Iranian parliament just because of being so loud. Hi everyone. First of all, I have to mention about what's happened to Nasrin Sotoudeh. She has been sentenced to 38 years prison. But before that, I want to share a personal story about her. When I launched my selfie freedom 5 years ago to fight against compulsory hijab, many people, even feminists and women's rights activists inside and outside Iran, were making fun and mocking us, patronizing us, didn't take us serious. And they were thinking that there are so many bigger problems. Why you focus on the hijab issue? Why you care about a small piece of cloth? And Nasrin Sotoudeh was the only woman within the society, the only women's rights activist and the only lawyer within the society sent a letter and officially supported our campaign. She knew that would put her in danger. She risked her career, but she supported my selfie freedom movement. That was from the beginning. So after 5 years, now it's not a selfie anymore. Everybody knows about my selfie freedom, and everybody talk about the hijab issue and hijab protest in Iran. Even the president of Iran, who was challenged by one of the pictures of my selfie freedom in France. Even Javad Zarif, who was challenged by many journalists, and he said, hijab is our culture, which I'm going to get back to this. But, so having Nasrin Sotoudeh on our side helped us to be strong and to be more powerful. Right now, when she represented many people, women rights activists, including white women's rights activists and the girls of Revolution Street. When I received a death threat here, Nasrin Sotoudeh accepted to represent my case as well. So right now, when she has been sentenced to a 30-year prison, the European Parliament condemned that. Isn't that very slow? When it comes to women's rights in Iran. The European Parliament, Western feminists, they are very slow. So that's why my presentation is going to be about why for 40 years this small issue, compulsory hijab, has remained for 40 years, although the fight within the society and the movement against compulsory hijab hasn't started just recently. Iranian women's rights activists, maybe they didn't recognize this as an important issue, but Iranian women within the society have been fighting against compulsory hijab for years and years. So when Burkini ban happened in France, in less than a month, Burkini ban was suspended. Why? Because the whole world were united. They were together to condemn Burkini ban in France. When Muslim ban happened here in America, again, the whole world were united. We were all together to condemn, to support, those countries were listed in the Muslim ban. But when it comes to compulsory hijab and when it comes to compulsory hijab in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, the whole world keeps silent. And Iranian women, in their fight against compulsory hijab, they are alone. They are on their own. And when you say it's not true, I'm going to give you an example. There were 3 female politicians from Netherlands. They went to Iran the same day when one of the women of White Wednesday's movement put the headscarf on a stick and waved it in public, Azadeh, when she got arrested, the same day there were 3 female politicians from Netherlands in Iran obeying compulsory hijab law without, only 2 minutes? So without challenging it. I love you anyway. And the female politician from Sweden, they were very well known when they started to publish their picture to mock President Trump's cabinet. It was full, the female picture and mocking the picture of President Trump's cabinet, which were all male-dominated. I was like, I love this picture. It's a good way to criticize a male-dominated cabinet. But what happened? The same feminists went to Iran. The same ministers in Iran, they obeyed compulsory hijab laws in front of the president. I said to myself, well, when it comes to America, they were trying to say women and men are equal. But when it comes to Islamic Republic, they were trying to send another message. Well, men are more equal than women. So I started to challenge them. So always they leave Iranian women's rights activists alone because they have 5 arguments, which I don't have enough time, I'm going to just list them. First, they say compulsory hijab is a small issue. You must be kidding me. Because for this small issue, even Michelle Obama, the First Lady, all the high representatives of European Parliament will be kicked out from the airport. Nobody can say that making decisions about my body is a small issue. And more important, this, I'm not fighting for a small issue. We are fighting for our dignity. And I am 100% sure if you come here and the condition for you to attend to this meeting was this, just change your dress code and wear the one that we want, you won't say this is a small issue. So the female politicians who go and visit to Iran, the tourists, the athletes, actresses, all of them, when they go to my beautiful country, they say that this is a cultural issue. We wear it out of respect to the culture of Iran. Let me be clear with you. Calling a discriminatory law as part of our culture, this is an insult to a nation. Because before the revolution, women were free to choose what they wanted to wear. But more important than this, culture is flexible. Culture changes by generation, and culture changes within the society, and those women who sacrifice their, careers, their lives, and their, everything to challenge that culture. So another argument, they say that this is a domestic issue. This is an internal matter. It's wrong. It's a big lie. Because it's not about the women inside Iran. Or as far as forced all female politicians, all female athletes to cover themselves while they visit my beautiful country. So this is about all of us. This is not about Iranian women within the society. So when you come with the argument of like, we don't want to save the women inside Iran because of, you know, the Orientalism or white savior complex, I have to say that we don't want the Western feminists to come and save the Iranian women. We want to save them from a misunderstanding about our culture and make them understand that human rights, especially women's rights, it's not an internal matter, it's a global issue. And last one, Islamophobia. They say we don't want to touch hijab issue because Islamophobia. That is wrong. We are not the one causing Islamophobia. All the Sharia laws, which count me like second-class citizen, from the age of 7, I have to carry the most visible symbol of oppression on my body. From the age of 7, I am the one actually representing the most oppressive regime. This is causing Islamophobia. The law lashes me for taking off my headscarf. The law actually put me in prison. The law sentenced Nasrin to 30 years of prison. The law actually kicking us out from school, education, and work. These are causing Islamophobia, not us. And I want to say that these all arguments are wrong. And if you really care about human rights, Islamophobia, and cultural change, and human rights, you have to understand you cannot leave Iranian women activists, left behind and alone and wait when they are in prison, just condemn them. Last point. Recently, the UN elected Iran to judge about women's rights complaints. How ironic. We have a lot of complaints. Within a year, 3.6 million women were born, sentenced, and sent to the court just because of having inappropriate hijab. Who's going to judge about the women's rights complaint within the society? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, it's going to be hard to follow up with one of the speakers. I wanted to start my talk by saying that I feel a particular privilege sitting where I'm sitting. And that when I was just looking at this crowd and ourselves, I imagined many invisible guests and speakers in this room who are in Iran, who are working very hard, who are in prisons, but not just in prisons, currently working. We don't know their names because if we know their names, then they will get in trouble. They choose to work quietly. And I was just listening to Masih, and I was thinking, I really hope for a day where there will be no need for me to sit here, that civil society activists can come themselves here and then they can bring back to Tehran and continue their work. So I changed my talk a little bit as I was listening today. So sorry if I'm not completely elaborate, but I think perhaps this is more appropriate. When I work on issues related to Iran, when I study them, I have one just phrase on my desk that I look at every day, and that is the phrase by my very favorite Nigerian author, Nader, and that's the danger of a single story. And I think that we should all be careful when we talk about a complicated country with a sophisticated and complicated history like Iran. And we should remember that the stories vary, and the diversity of stories and approaches towards a better future is really the key to a better understanding of what's going on today in Iran. Otherwise, we risk a huge risk of misunderstanding what is happening on the ground. That said, I also like to disagree with my favorite author sometimes to think that Iranian civil society and Iranian society does have one single story, and that is resilience. It's quite a resilient society, and it's the story of individuals that in the middle of a war, in the midst of reforms, sanctions, repressions, prisons, politicization of some of their simplest demands, they continue and they find new approaches. And so it's in a way, rather than a battle, I would say it's almost a dance with the Iranian government, with the Iranian political system. 1 step forward, 1 step backward, 1 step forward, 3 steps backward, 2 steps forward, 1 step backward, 1 step to the left, 2 steps to the right, and that's how I see it. And that's why it's very difficult to explain, because of the meandering around and the techniques of the Iranian government that the Iranian civil society has had to do for years and years. When I think about Iranian civil society, I think about what does that mean to me and what did it used to mean to me. When you grow up in Iran and then later on you work on issues related to Iran, you think of civil society as something broader than what we think as just NGOs, as registered NGOs, and as organized work. It's really anything formal or informal that aspires to either do the job that the Iranian government doesn't do or that it hinders to achieve. And with that comes a lot of other aspirations towards human rights, whether it's branded that way or not. But the interesting part for me is because almost everything in Iran is considered political act. And as the Iranian government, the Iranian ruling elite, have been losing their legitimacy, that definition of political act has expanded. And that is obviously making all of our jobs harder, both inside the country and outside the country, because anything we do is considered political, is considered a matter of national security. But in this ironic way, it also gives us power. I mean, from the moment you step out of your house, you're engaged in what they consider political act, even if you don't consider political act. And so with that in mind, I want to talk a little bit about the importance of understanding and paying attention to what I like to call informal civil society in Iran. And the work that has been done for many, many years across the country, not just in Tehran, on a sub-national level, on a grassroots level, and the way that the approaches that have been taken. I mean, some of the examples that I have in mind, for instance, if you look at, for me, in the middle of so much bad news that's happening, many people are in prison, the socioeconomic situation is just getting worse and worse by the day. One good news that really inspired me a few months ago was that there was an earthquake in Kermanshah, which is a province that suffers dramatically from this ethnic and religious discrimination by the Iranian government, and also has extra socioeconomic challenges. A very bad earthquake happened, and due to economic mismanagement of the government, and also the lack of willingness to help this particularly marginalized population, not much got done, and it still hasn't got done by the Iranian government. That said, and in an environment where Iranian government likes to kind of create silos of the Kurds do Kurdish-related issues, Persians do Persian-related issues, women's rights activists do women's rights-related issues, create silos. This earthquake was a perfect example of how Iranians from all over the country got in their cars. They did not trust the supply chain of the aid that was happening inside the country by the authorities. They got inside their cars and they physically decided to drive to Kermanshah to hand in the aid that they had. And even an act like this became a question of threat for the Iranian government, because then they decided, for the sake of considering that we are trying to regulate the traffic, they stopped the cars from going into that region of the country. For me, that's symbolic of a few things. It's symbolic of the fact that the power of the Iranian civil society, of the Iranian people, is that they're starting to pick up each other's issues. For as long as we only talk about our own issue, we're serving the purposes and the agendas of the Iranian government. So for me, it was beautiful that from all over the country, in an environment where the Iranian government has successfully securitized the question of ethnic minorities, religious minorities, border areas like Kurdistan, the Iranians got in their car and physically showed that no, we have to be united, we are united, and if you have to find a way, we find a way. And I think another issue is that another thing for me that was, and I think resonates a little bit in this crowd, is when you're talking about scarcity of resources, you unite Iranians in ways that are not predictable. Iranians are people that have always had to somehow figure out a way to coexist, and that coexistence is key. and it's not something that we can undermine. And so I really would like, when policymakers think about Iran, please, if you can, think about the capacity that this resilience has inside the country, that for years and years, this is not the nationwide protest of Iran didn't happen just for a day. 20, 30, 40 years is behind that day, and it will continue. So please don't look at it as just a one-time situation. And two, if there is anything that we should, I think, do from outside, is to encourage the shared narrative and the shared story, and for different silos that the Islamic government, the Islamic Republic has successfully created to move out of their silos and to pick up their own stories locally, to pick up their own issues locally. Iran, despite all the repression, has quite a vibrant informal civil society, and all the credit goes to the Iranian people, none of it goes to the Iranian government. But just because we don't like the Iranian government, we cannot undermine the achievements of this informal civil society that is working day in and day out with their kids at home. Some of them in prison, they leave every day to do the work they do. They don't know if they come back home. We should not underestimate the achievements of the work of this amazing group of people that I call the jewel of Iran. And without this jewel of a resilient, informal civil society, I'm afraid we have a very worrying future for Iran. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone. Thank you. I thank the Minorities Council for organizing this event. The organization I lead, the Iran Human Rights Documentation Center, just released a report on labor rights and labor issues a few months ago. And I would like to briefly discuss all the findings of the report to basically provide context of what's going on in Iran. On February 27, 2018, a man named Alinejad committed suicide in Half-Tap, the sugarcane company, after his repeated attempts to secure his baggages failed. He had repeatedly gone to the company's management, to government officials, and nobody heard him. So he told his colleagues that I'm going to kill myself so that this issue is publicized. And he did drown himself. Non-payment of wages is a very serious issue right now affecting workers across Iran. The data that we collected showed that in 2017 and 2018, there were more than 1,250, again I repeat, 1,250 protests held by individuals who were due back wages or benefits. Some of these protests were held by a few number of people in the remote towns or villages. For example, by people who were contracted by local water utilities. They were not being paid, so they had to pay stage sit-ins or protests to demand back wages. And you also had larger protests in places like Hebco. That's a machine-making company in Iraq, which is now, the company is going down, and large number of protests have taken place, and they were met by violence by the government. Or in the Half-Tap, the sugarcane company in Pourzand province. So you see a large number of protests, small and large, by a number of participants across the country. And this is again, it happens even in towns and villages that I have not heard of, and I'm sure many of you have. In towns of Iran, province, Pourzand province, Kurdistan, Kermanshah, Ardabil, or like firefighters in Kerman and Marjan provinces. These are remote provincial towns. Masih protests because they're not being paid. In cases of in public companies, publicly owned by the government, and due to mismanagement, they became failed companies, and then they were privatized, often at the pittance, and they were purchased at a very low price, and then the workers were let go, and they were left in a precarious position. Now they're staging protests, and then when they stage protests, the government cracks them. I'm also going to mention some other facts about Iran's labor force and some of the main issues that are problems that are faced. 1/3, this is according to Iranian officials, I'm not based on what I'm saying, this is according to Iranian officials. 1/3 of women who go on maternity leave lose their jobs when they want to return. Again, 1/3 of women who go on maternity leave lose their jobs when they want to return. Why? The reason is that Iran's labor force mostly use fixed-term contracts. Again, according to a labor organization sanctioned by the Iranian government, 90% of contracts are fixed-term contracts of like 1 to 3 months. Okay, so that means that your employment is very unsecure. If you complain or if you're abused in the workplace, you really cannot go and file a complaint, because what your employer does is that they just wait you out. Your contract, which is like for 1 month or 2 months, ends, and then they don't rehire you. So this puts workers at a very serious disadvantage. And of course, Iran's labor code restricts formation of independent labor organizations by requiring that all those individuals who will lead the labor organization show commitment and belief in Islam or in the Iranian constitution or the guardianship of the jurors. So it is designed in a way that independent labor organizations cannot form. And when labor is just organized outside of the framework that the law establishes, they are arrested and tortured. Ismail Bakshi is very well known. He was arrested and was tortured. When he was released, he publicized his torture, and then he was arrested again. He will likely face a very long prison term, and he will be charged with national security crimes like other activists. Saeid is another labor activist. Mahmoud Sadegh, for example, is an individual we interviewed, and he lost his kidneys while in detention because of severe interrogation. Amir Police, Azadeh, Amir Hossein Mohammadi Far, these are, I wouldn't say they're labor activists, they're leftist supporters of labor movement who have been recently arrested. And teachers such as Mohammed Habibi and Ismail Ali have also been arrested. So this is a recurring problem across all sectors of the Iranian economy. And unfortunately, the Iranian government, which instead of uniting power with chants of anti-imperialism and voicing the support for the downtrodden, now it engages in, I would say, a severe crackdown of labor activists. And just imagine if you have your wages haven't been paid in months, and then you get your wages back, and then because of the devaluation of the Iranian currency, now your wage is worth maybe half of what it was actually supposed to be. So this is a huge problem. I just want to add one more point about issues that don't get attention in Iran, and I would say even human rights activists don't necessarily get attention to it. Last year, 18,000 people, again, 18,000 people in Iran were arrested because of the debts they owe. So Iran still has debtors' prison. This is a practice which has long been abolished in the West, but the Iranian government still imprisons people under its laws for failure to pay contractual obligations in violation of Article 11 of the ICCPR, to which Iran is a party. So imagine that you're in a car accident, you accidentally kill somebody, you don't have the money to pay the diya or the compensatory payment you have to make, so you go to prison. Or you owe mehri, this is a sum that's owed by the husband to his wife at the time of marriage. And if you cannot pay that, then as you're divorcing and the wife demands it, you could go to jail. There are many people who are in jail for that. Again, 18,000 people last year. This is according to figures released by Iranian officials. So when we talk about human rights issues, we're talking about very broad problems that persist. And you hear only maybe a sliver of what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you, especially Shahin. I think you just brought it back to exactly where Marjan started, which is the kind of paradox of a state which came to power on the basis of appealing to marginalized communities and to the downtrodden from Suzanne, now directing its oppression against them. And I really, with apologies to our timekeeper, I am so glad that we have had the opportunity for each of the presenters to give their full remarks, because I feel like these presentations, comprehensive, detailed, thoughtful, impassioned, and lyrical, really are the kinds of narratives that we hear too infrequently here in Washington. Let me abuse my opportunity here by posing two questions to whoever on the panel is interested in answering them. And the first one is something of a puzzle. You may or may not have an answer to it, but one of the things that comes through is just the extent of the activism that's ongoing today around different issues in different communities. And yet, if you paid attention to Iran, or if you lived in Iran, as a number of you have, you know that in fact this is not just a sort of 2018 phenomenon, that in fact Iranians have come to the streets time and time again. Sometimes we hear about it here in Washington in 1999, 2009, and a few other instances, but often it's almost forgotten in history. For a while I was keeping a spreadsheet, it didn't rank up to 1,250, so clearly I have to go back and read your report more carefully. But there have been hundreds of thousands of incidents of protests over the course of the past 40 years, and yet something does seem qualitatively different in recent months or years. Whether it's the scope of that activism, whether it's the fact that we're hearing about more of these types of protests simply because of the technology that was talked about in the first panel and the media organizations. Do you think that Iran today is in a more activist state? Do you think that there is a sort of loss of legitimacy, as Azadeh said, that is causing people to take greater risks? Or are we hearing about it more? Are we paying attention to it more? That's a bit of a paradox, a puzzle, and feel free to shoot it down if you wish.
Azadeh, you want to go first?
Sure. Yes, I have also thought a lot about this question, because you're right, there are many uprisings or smaller scale manifestations of discontent that they don't get reflected often. But I do say that activism, I think that activism has always existed in the DNA of the Iranian society before and after the Islamic Revolution, and more so with the younger generations in recent decades or so. But I would say that Iran is in somewhat of a crisis, a socio-economic crisis that, due to the political repression, lends itself to a political crisis as well. And so I think that the Iranian government has lots to address if they don't want to lose this game. I also see that there are now different socio-economic classes of the society
setting out in the street or voicing their dissent in various ways. What I worry about that, which we often discuss with a few friends who are in the same field, one of them is sitting in the crowd, is that we are worried that at some point the demands of the lower socioeconomic classes of the society are not met with the demands of the more middle class of the Iranian society on the street or otherwise, mainly because my observation is that the middle class of Iran is quite cautious so that Iran doesn't fall into a chaos that its neighboring countries have. And so that to me is somewhat worrying that these silos will continue again separately and on different paths, even though if you look deeper, their demand ultimately is a safer environment to be able to express grievances and to have access to resources. Really, I think is the question of allocation of resources.
I can also add that for the past 21 years, the reformists have been able to control the discourse. In 1997, with the election of Hashemi, they were able to become the dominant voice, if not, in the having the power, but in shaping the discourse of what is going on in Iran. That, I think, is coming to an end. In 2017, 2018, the protests were held in about 100 towns across Iran. You saw them in the Baluchistan province, in Shahbahar, in Ardabil, in the northwest, in Khorramabad, in Loristan, in Tehran, in Mashhad, Kermanshah, all over the cities, hundreds of towns, mostly small towns or mid-sized towns. And the slogans that people uttered in this protest were very different from what was heard in 2009. Protests of 2007, 2018, the slogans were, some voice support for the Pahlavi dynasty, which I think is critically shows that they are fed up with a religious government, they want a secular government. Some of the slogans were directed at, independence, freedom, Iranian Republic, as opposed to Islamic Republic. That's a very clear sign. And in some of the gatherings, they just very simply, they said, we don't want the Islamic Republic. Now, we sitting here in Washington, we cannot honestly say what percentage of people support what. We might have our own preferences, but we have to be intellectually honest. Formerly, I would say, a higher percentage of people believed in reform. Now I think that has eroded significantly, but we cannot provide a accurate estimation of where things stand because we do not have free elections in Iran. And sorry for taking time. The fact that the Iranian government holds elections doesn't mean that the people who vote believe in this system. They vote for various reasons. One is that they just want to choose between the lesser of two evils. And I personally have many friends who vote in these elections, but they don't want anything to do with this issue. They just vote because they want to either avoid war or avoid sanctions, or they're just scared of the hardliner conservative candidate. So I've heard this many times that people claim that the Iranian government has legitimacy because 72% of the people who vote in Iranian elections. Unfair and unfree elections that are fundamentally rigged, they don't constitute legitimacy. This is the ploy that the Iranian government uses to say that they have legitimacy because of these elections. No, I mean, that's that's a mischaracterization of white women vote, and those kinds of elections do not constitute legitimacy for any kind of government. Thank you.
I'm just going to pick up where Shahin left off and talk about elections. And just note that I think the people of Iran get probably more excited about American elections than they get about their own elections. Because at least here we have a real democratic process that engages the people and the wishes of people who are in this room, for example, to create policies that will impact them. So what is different? You know, they support President Obama, they present President Trump, not just because they love them as individuals or they know everything about what they're going to do and the policies that they're going to implement, but they get excited because it gives them hope. Whenever there's a new president, there is hope in Iran that something is going to happen. And I would argue that the timing of all of these things, along with some of the new administration's policies regarding Iran, are perhaps part of the contributors to their activism these days.
I think there's no time left for me to add something yet. Yeah, I just want to mention about how, yes, to answer your question, these days social media became a tool for Iranian ordinary citizens to show the hidden face of Iran, you know, to show the narrative which has been censored for 40 years. And as Shahin mentioned in a fantastic way, because of the reformist narrative, many people, ordinary people, whose lifestyle being hidden in secret, in stealth, never had the chance to express themselves. So that's why you never hear the true voice of Iranian people. Right now, I want to just give you an example about what I'm more focusing again compulsory hijab issue. I remember just 3 years ago, Shahin, the vice president, came here in the United Nations. She was walking and giving lecture. One of the main points that she made was like Iranian Sharia law, Iranian constitution guarantees women's rights 100%. That was the quotation that she said that in her address in the United Nations. So I got furious, I got mad, because it was a big lie. So I went there and I asked a simple question that just talk about compulsory hijab, how Iranian Sharia law and constitution guarantees my right. Am I able to walk freely in Iran? So she didn't answer that. I mentioned so many different things. She didn't answer to my question, no comments. But when she went back to Iran, she wrote on her Facebook that, you know, we have so many bigger problems and I don't understand why some people who forget their homeland talking about small issue, which is not an important issue within the society. So I want to say that when citizen, which I call it citizen activism, when citizens became their own media, became their own storyteller, became their own voices, they can, you know, they can convince Shahin that why you were wrong. So 3 years later, an ordinary woman took her camera and filmed the morality police while the morality police using violence against her and telling cover yourself, otherwise I'm going to kick you out. And she just filmed her under the hashtag my camera is my weapon, as some of you might be familiar. So she sent the video to me and I published it on my Instagram. It went viral. It got 9 million views. Trust me, the Supreme Leader of Iran doesn't get that much views. Even the smiley Foreign Minister of Iran doesn't get that much views. So that shows the power of citizen activism in Iran. And it made Shahin the same person to react. And she actually published the video on her Facebook and Twitter and Instagram account to react. And she talks about, yes, the job is important. President Rouhani, when he was challenged in France, said he nervously laughed and he said this is not an important issue. But he himself and the government, Rouhani's government, they published a statement about, you know, more than 40% of the society they don't want hijab. And another thing, with Saeid was challenged again, naming that hijab is part of our culture. So again, I got really furious. I didn't know what to do. So I photoshopped him in our culture. So I photoshopped him in hijab. Then the citizen, again, the ordinary people, men, Iranian men, for years and years using the word khairat to use men against women. So they started to change the narrative. Men started to wear can now ignore that these people are not paid by Donald Trump, they are not paid by CIA, MI6. These are the brave women, men within the society, inside the country, and they became the true leader of change within the society by, the power of social media.
I was given permission to eat just a tiny bit into your coffee break since we started a bit late, but I think we only have a minute or two left. Let me just perhaps pose a lightning round question to each of you. If there were one or two things that the U.S. government could do, given where we're sitting today, what would they be to draw attention, to help the situation of marginalized peoples in Iran and communities? Why don't we start in the reverse order once again?
Well, I think that again, I talk about Iranian civil society. Iranian civil society needs exposure and needs acknowledgement, and needs to be able to exchange its knowledge and its experiences with the rest of the world. We are in a situation where our civil society activists can't even have exchanges with their region. It's dangerous for them. I have been in roundtables, regional roundtables of Iranian women's rights activists where Iranians are simply absent. Or we as the diaspora advocates have to represent them, which is never a perfect situation. So I would like to use this platform to request for whatever way and means of thinking towards policy formulations that allow for exchanges in a way that, like I said, honors the resilience of the Iranian civil society and allows it to grow in its own cause.
Well, that's a very big question. I would say that there are things that could be done. One, if this whole travel ban situation is resolved, is changed, that would send a very positive message. Sanctions. Sanctions are not imposed for human rights in Iran, and whether we have sanctions or not, our problem is the Iranian constitution and system. But I think sanctions could be at least devised in a way that doesn't hurt ordinary people. That's a step that I think could be taken. But more broadly, I would say the U.S. and those of you here and the Western media activists, we should go back to basics and call for universal and advocate for human rights as universal values. Leave cultural relativism at the door. Iran still amputates the arms of individuals coming of theft. This is a barbaric act. Don't shy away from calling it as it is, calling it barbaric. Don't say that, well, Iran is an Islamic country and they have their own values, we have our own values. This is really horrible to do that. If we believe in universal human rights, if we believe in universality of human rights values, it doesn't matter if something happens in Iran or in the North Pole or in the US. People are people. This tendency, particularly on the left, to give in to cultural relativism is really harmful because it normalizes the actions of the Iranian government. These things should never be normalized. And I would say that the US government should do that, the Western activists should do that, Western journalists should do that. If Zarif sits in front of you and you're a journalist, you could just start by pointing out that he is not appointed by a freely elected government. There is nothing wrong with challenging their legitimacy. It is even, we know that they're not a freely elected government, but we sometimes forget that they accept that. No, challenge the legitimacy, and advocate for human rights as universal values.
Thank you. I would start by saying that, again, we Iranians, we do not want any war on Iranian soil. War on Iranian soil would be devastating. Can you hear me? War on Iranian soil would be devastating, and it will be the last and the worst, the worst option that we would not support, regardless of political affiliation or our religious backgrounds. This will be something that would be unacceptable for the Iranians everywhere. Second, I would ask that the lawmakers understand the sanctity of Iran's borders and try to preserve these sacred borders. Third, I would say that lawmakers and the programs they have supported to broadcast the voices of persecuted Iranians is effective, and we hope that those programs will continue because some of these people are really risking their lives to share this information. And it's important to, for their sacrifice and effort to be recognized across the globe. Lastly, I would recommend that human rights be promoted not just in Iran, but also across the globe.
It's a very, very sensitive issue. When people hear condemning war or general sanction, I have to be clear that the government doesn't care what we say. They always label human rights activists that's supporting the war, supporting sanction. You know that we have been all of us labeled about that. So that's why I want to actually draw your attention that don't hesitate. Human rights, because I'm going to actually give you an example. During 2009 protest in Iran, people took to the streets, and one of the slogans was using Obama's name. Obama in Persian means he is with us. U means he. Ba means with. Ma means us. He is with us. So people were actually chanting in the street, Obama, you're either with us or with them, with the government. In that time, people were actually asking President Obama to support the Green Movement. What happened? The United States government didn't want to support the Green Movement because they didn't want to send a wrong signal. They didn't want to put the people in the street in danger. They didn't want to give an excuse to the government to label the Green Movement in Iran. So after 10 years, tell me what happened. After 10 years, Mousavi, Karibi, two of the presidential challengers, two of the main pillars of the Islamic Republic, two of the main anti-American leaders, they are under house arrest and still being labeled in the same way, that they are supported by the American government. So in Islamic Republic, it doesn't matter what you say, what you do, they already labeled you. So that doesn't give the lawmakers in America an excuse, or the Western government, or the activists, journalists, that doesn't give them an excuse to hesitate to support human rights in Iran. So as Shahin said, I want to say that they have to freely, without any hesitation, challenge the election in Iran. We don't have free election. More than 100 people got killed in 2009 just for challenging the stolen election in Iran. And in Iran protests, people were chanting against the whole regime. They were chanting against the clerics. They were actually asking, where is the money of the nuclear deal? I myself, I supported Iran deal because I knew these are my people. We're going to suffer from sanction, and they might be, having better opportunity to live. So people take to the street after Iran deal. They were dancing, celebrating. Nobody asked, where are those people when, President Trump just pulled out the deal? What happened? Why those people didn't take to the street to chant death to President Trump? But they took to the street and they chanted death to Islamic Republic in Iran protest, and more than 20 people got killed. 5,000 people got arrested. So what I want to say here, don't hesitate to support those people who sacrifice their life and they take to the street, and don't hesitate being labeled of, you're helping the Iranian people. Because whether you help them, whether, as Azadeh said, you recognize the civil society in Iran, they are being already labeled. So what I want to say here now, which is very, very important, this is a true voice of Iranian people who took to the street. I'm not saying that all people in Iran, but a huge number, significant number of Iran said that we don't want war and we don't want Islamic Republic. This is 21st century, and we want a separation between religion and politics. Because of that, Iranian people are suffering. So don't hesitate to challenge all the politicians who come here or having negotiation. Do not bury human rights under nuclear deal. That's what I want.
Thank you all, and with apologies, it is my fault that we weren't able to bring in more of your voices, but I think you all agree that these voices are well worth hearing.
I think that we are going to do away with a lot of the detailed introductions and background of our three next panelists. I'm hopeful and believe that most of you have read their books or their articles. They are three of the most thoughtful, insightful, and relevant thinkers on Iran today. Can you hear me? They are literally three of the most current and remaining analysts and researchers on Iran today. The topic may be a little bit misleading. We've had some questions. Civil society to us also encompasses the role of the military, the role of the besieged, the relationship between the military and the clergy, what's happening in the economy, basically the trends inside the country that are affecting decision making, and topics and trends that policymakers and people here in Washington need to know to construct appropriate policies. So I'm going to take, and as Suzanne Maloney said, abuse my position a little bit. Instead of introducing each of the speakers and bios you can look at right now, I want to just give a shout out and a deep appreciation for the Democracy Council team. The Democracy Council team not only organize events like this, but their day-to-day job is helping the activists in the communities around the world that are under siege, that are fighting for their rights and risking their lives and their families' lives every day for the liberties and the rights that we take a little bit too often take for granted in this country. So we don't have a chance to go through all their names, but they are here today and some of them are in the hallway. I just want to say thank you for all of us. That said, we're going to go right to our speakers. Again, I urge you all to read their books, read their white papers. Let's start. We're going to start with Saeid Golkar.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you all for coming. After a very interesting panel on social media and social movement, we will start a very boring, depressing panel on politics and monetary. I hope you can enjoy it by the end. The topic that I chose for this panel today, Jay asked me to talk about civil society. And I decided to not talk about civil society. I talked about another concept that I came up with as a deep society. If you remember, 2 weeks ago, Azadeh, the young foreign minister, resigned. This created a lot of why people wrote many op-eds. And after a few hours, actually came back to the board, but the resignation of Azadeh was a good sign of the political duality in Iran. We know that. It's not a strange thing. We know that the Islamic Republic consisted of two different entities. One, a deep state, and another one, a visible state, the presidency, the parliament, and the deep state that we usually don't talk about. The resignation, and then he returned to the job by the Supreme Leader and President, was a sign that this duality is real again. Many people in the West believe that visible state and deep state in Iran are parallel and autonomous, independent from each other. My point is, they have a lot of overlap. Unfortunately, I have a slide, we don't have the equipment to show it, so I ask you to imagine. Try to use your imagination that the two circles of the deep state and visible state, that they have overlapped each other. Sometimes this overlap is much bigger. They have more overlap during, for example, the beloved President Alinejad since 2005 to 2011. Other times, like there will be more polarization between deep state and visible state. But a new phenomenon. Many Middle Eastern scholars, including Egyptian and Turkish, use the deep state to explain the reality of the political system in their own country. In both cases, military is the most important part of the deep state. In Iran is the Revolutionary Guard and the Office of the Supreme Leader. So if you look at the deep state in Iran, two big institutions are the Revolutionary Guard and the Office of the Supreme Leader. The Western intellectual, Western media, Western journalists usually focus on the visible state. It's more visible, is formal politics, they understand it. But in reality, the power goes to the state. We have to understand the relationship between the Supreme Leader and the Revolutionary Guard. In the DC, there are two different groups that talk about that. Some believe that the Supreme Leader has the upper hand. Some believe that the Revolutionary Guard has the upper hand. The Supreme Leader is only a puppet of the Revolutionary Guard. I just published an article 2 weeks ago by the Washington Institute explaining that the reality is more complicated. There are a complicated relationship between the Revolutionary Guard and the Supreme Leader. Why right now, until now, the Supreme Leader has the upper hand to govern the power? This relationship will change after it passes away. After it passes away, there is, hopefully not, but there is a bloody conflict over the succession of the Supreme Leader. He is trying to manage that, but there are a lot of uncertainty. You know, the whole idea of the paper is that in the future there is a possibility that the Revolutionary Guard stage coup after he passed away. So that's the first thing I want to say. First, there is no tolerant, independent political entity between the visible state and deep state. There is a overlap all the time. Visible state provides deny the responsibilities for the deeper state, create the legitimization for the whole political system. The second is, please try to understand more and more the relationship between the Supreme Leader office and the Revolutionary Guard, especially in terms of the succession. I don't talk about the civil society at all. Many scholars, many activists talk about the media and civil society. Just very briefly, we know that the civil society in Iran that expanded during the Hashemi was controlled and suppressed after that Alinejad. It continues even right now. You know, even under the Rouhani, we have 8 environmental activists that are in jail for more than 1 year without trial. So the suppression of civil society in Iran is a reality. Many left Iran, many became atomized, many turned to insensitive issues. I don't talk about that. I will talk about the creation of the deeper state. You know, historically, the political scientists believe the authoritarian regime suppressed the civil society and tried to make the society to create a mass society. Learning from German Nazi Italy fascists, they believe mass society is in contrast to civil society. But neo-authoritarian regime actually have learned how to mobilize, create their own society. In Iran, this deep society is based on the Masih, the organization and mobilization of oppressed. Basij is not a new organization. From 1918 to 2009, Basij has a vertical structure. It started from the top and spread to every neighborhood. After 2009, the Basij expanded in a horizontal way, created more than 22 branches for each social strata, from the babies Basij organization to the Azadeh, to the retirement for the students, for the lawyers, for the athletes, for the professors at universities, for the clergy, for artists, for any social group that you think about. These 22 branches are supposed to recruit these people from the society, indoctrinate, organize, and connect them to the state, especially to build a state. You know, if you look at the civil society in Iran, that unfortunately has shrunk, but smaller, suppressed. Civil society, the main aim of civil society is protect the individual from the state. In deep society, you create a society that actually protects the regime from the society. The civil society is supposed to educate the citizen. The deep society is supposed to indoctrinate. The civil society is supposed to create a tolerable environment to educate people, to protect them. Deep society has completely vice versa idea. So, understanding this deep society, deep state, is very, very important. Usually in the West, we focus on more visible part of the political system and society. We talk about the presidency, when Jawad are coming, we are actually trying to talk to him. We believe that he is a foreign minister because we are looking at this political system through the lens of the Western lens. We think that the formal politics is important. In non-democratic regime, informal politics is more important. The second thing that I want to say that unfortunately, that part of the depressing story. We are talking about the transition to democracy. And then we talk about the civil society. The idea that the civil society is actually developed during this paradigm of transition to democracy after 1974 of the third wave of democracy. And after 1919, introduced to Iran. We are now living in another paradigm. Intellectually, we are living in a paradigm of survival and continuity of authoritarian regime. So we need to change our concept to understand what is going on in reality. This deep concept, this deep state, deep society, is making transition to democracy very, if I don't say impossible, very, very difficult. Just want to have a parallel example. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela, economically, the collapse is a failed state. But still Maduro is in power based on three things. First, he is poor, a group of the poor Venezuelan people, Colectivo, paramilitary group, and the Venezuelan army. If you look at the Iranian case, they have more developed, more expanded militia, more professional military, and more religious group.
Thank you, Saeid.
In addition of trying to keep on schedule, the timekeeper who is getting quite a bit of attention to my mother. And here to the internal rules, at least in my
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to wish our friends who celebrated this today I would like to talk about some major obstacles on the way of civil society in Iran, and some prospects for escalation. Ever since the 1971 revolution, the establishment has not been able to create a definitive link between Iran's national interests and what they call the interests of the Islamic world. In fact, we are witness to a clear case of national interests replaced by revolutionary methods, or a great confusion affecting both foreign and domestic policies in the past for decades. This problem driving Iran's constitution, even an armed entity, the Revolutionary Guard, has a written charge of safeguarding against foreign and domestic enemies at any cost. In the past 40 years, are abundant with cases of furthering revolutionary values at the expense of Iran's anti-Iranian interests. So more worrisome is the instruments that revolutionary henchmen are trained and prepared for against from 1999 to 2009 and the 2017 popular dissent, but especially any serious potentially overwhelming uprisings One instrument is Masih, the threat of Masih or citizen henchman. This is a smart tactic by the Islamic Republic to turn Iranian people against each other, in a way to rule. The Masih is a volunteer-based paramilitary force formed during the Iran War, but ever since it evolved into one that fights both domestic as well as foreign enemies, and it has not since 2009. However, the Masih are fully integrated into the IRGC's provincial security architecture. I can get into a lot of detail how this structure works with resistance districts and all the prisons and multi-levels of headquarters and how they are activated in case of a serious outbreak in the war. We use this structure is Muslim headquarters and the Saeid headquarters and the two main provincial cores of the IRGC. And they are fully integrated within the society, in schools, in mosques, and especially ministries. So every ministry has a seat of its own. The people, just civil servants, who are trained to oppress civil dissent and uprising in case of what happens. A couple of years ago, a commander of Masih, General Hussein said that safeguarding the Islamic Revolution should continue to have a priority over peace and welfare and progress. So, such kind of clearly point to the future, one in which the role of IRGC and Masih is shaping the domestic policy of expand as well as the regional footprint. And here comes the risk of the second cultural revolution. If you remember the first one, the first cultural revolution was directed at Labott Special Council fully endorsed by Maloney between April 1980 and December 1982. And it included a 2-year closure of universities and dismissal of students, acquiring of professors, a review and revision of all textbooks, replacement of all markers of literacy because of the Islamism and enforcement of wearing hijab. It also involved an extensive and ruthless insecurity crackdown. So fast forward, in recent years, the IRGC has been targeting Iranian universities with so-called westernized humanities agenda and their liberalizing culture. This level of resentment is the movement toward a second cultural revolution, or a treaty, a pseudo-creed. So after 2009, the IRGC and the siege assumed an official supporting role to the police force and intelligence ministry. The second point I want to point to is the threat of Islamic Republic's proxies, or Shiite foreign legion to civil liberty aspirations of the Iranian people. Iranian sponsored and operated religious universities are actively engaged in recruiting and indoctrinating non-Shiites around their region and beyond. The recent budget proposal showed how this works and the prominent place religious institutions like the machines have in the budget. So as part of this renewed effort to export the Islamic Revolution through armed proxies, Tehran has been recruiting and training Afghan and Pakistani fighters for the Syrian activities. And the Syrian activities is a good example of how genetic means can be used against Syrian operations. I just mentioned on March 6th, the head of the Revolutionary Courts said very clearly that if the Iranians do not help the revolution, Iraq's National Shahi, Afghan's Farzin, Pakistan's Azadeh, and Yemeni Houthis will come and help the revolution. The IRGC harbors a growing suspicion toward what they call divergent practices and transformative relations. That circular relations with the West has an expense of Iran's revolutionary and national interests. And the guards have all the necessary instruments for monitoring, disrupting, and eventually stopping these trends. Such moves, if they happen, could have consequences for the policies, undoubtedly adding uncertainty and instability to an already uncertain and unstable place. In that way, IRGC Chief General Gaffer emphasized on the passage of the Islamic world, passage of the jihadist or as an emerging model for international Shia colonization under the Federal Government. So this would be a vision of Ayatollah Khamenei is not something here coming back to the earth.
Thank you, Farzin. Can someone also just give us an update on the time of our next speaker? It's expected each year. Nader.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you, John, James, and Natasha for organizing this. I teach at the university where Azadeh got his PhD, but my politics are very different than his, as you can see from the color of my shirt. I want to do several things in the time that I've been allotted. I want to give a brief overview of the struggle for democracy in Iran, since it's the 40th anniversary of the revolution. And I want to offer a few comments and guidelines for U.S. foreign policy with respect to the question of democracy in Iran, possibilities of U.S. policy reorienting itself to support the internal democratic transition in Iran. I think the first observation to make is that, historically speaking, the United States has not supported the struggle for democracy in Iran. We overthrew, arguably, the best prospect for democracy in Iran in 1953. We supported the brutal regime of the Shah for 25 years, which set the stage for the 79 revolution, which got us to where we are today. I don't want to litigate the past, but I think once again we are seeing the same broad mistakes coming from the United States with respect to U.S. Middle East policy, backing authoritarian regimes, ignoring human rights and democracy, and hoping to get stability at the end of the process. And what we're seeing is we get instability and chaos. And I think if there's one lesson to be learned that bears on U.S. foreign policy today toward the Middle East is that authoritarian regimes are the key incubators and sources of instability in the Middle East. They are the key problem, not the solution. If you look at U.S. foreign policy toward Iran over the last 40 years, the question of democracy was never paramount. I would argue that indirectly and inadvertently, most of U.S. foreign policy toward Iran over the last 40 years has supported the sources of authoritarianism in Iran indirectly, with the exception of perhaps the second term of the Clinton administration and the second term of the Obama administration. I'd be happy to justify that claim if anyone asks me in the question and answer session. But right now, if you look at the consequences of the Trump-Pompeo foreign policy toward Iran, you can clearly see in my estimation and analysis that democracy and the possibilities of democracy and the sources of democracy in Iran are being undermined, and the forces of authoritarianism in Iran, again, are indirectly being strengthened. Hardliners in Iran are benefiting from the Trump foreign policy both economically and ideologically. And of course, the Iranian middle class is paying the biggest price. One of the prerequisites for democratic transition, if you read the academic literature on the topic, is the necessity for elite factionalism, rivalry, and diffusion. What we're seeing right now as a result of the Trump-Pompeo foreign policy is the exact opposite. It's actually elite cohesion in response to external threats.
It's often forgotten, but it's worth reiterating, that the United States does have a huge strategic asset in Iran, and that's large segments of the Iranian people. But I think Trump's policy, the ones that we're seeing today, are alienating them in very significant and profound ways. And I'm not just talking about the collapse of the economy and the crisis of the Iranian rial as a result of the new U.S. sanctions that have been placed on Iran. I'm talking about very simple things. If you're an Iranian, almost anywhere in the world, you want to open a bank account, you run into problems. It's frozen. It's closed. If you're an Iranian, you want to send money to your relative, to your son or daughter studying abroad, you can't do it because of the financial sanctions. If you're an Iranian, you have an Iranian passport, and you happen to make it to U.S. borders, you're humiliated when you come through the passport control. Just in my own case, just a handful of cases in my own university, students have told me horror stories. And then, of course, worst of all, this is all a reflection of what was briefly mentioned in the previous panel, this morally indefensible, gratuitous, infamous travel ban that is a form of collective punishment on Iranians, the vast majority of whom do not support the regime, support political change, but they're penalized because of foreign policy in this country that really is not interested in democracy in Iran or the Iranian people. It's responding to domestic political concerns and issues here in the United States. That's not a serious foreign policy, and it leads to these types of, I think, very negative consequences. With respect to the broader sort of history of the last 40 years, the struggle for democracy in Iran has had its ups, it's had its downs. It's honest and accurate to say right now we are arguably in the darkest period with respect to the prospects for democracy. Amnesty International described the year 2018 as the year of shame, based on a shameless campaign of severe repression. Students, journalists, environmental activists, human rights activists, ethnic rights activists have all been rounded up, have been severely persecuted. The case that was mentioned in the previous panel, the courageous and heroic human rights lawyer, Masih, who was recently condemned to 38 years of jail and 148 lashes, is a reflection of this dark moment. There's a lot of anger at the regime, at the elites, both reformists and conservative forces. But there were moments where things looked a bit brighter. I think if I had to identify key moments of optimism, it was the first term of President Hashemi in the late 1990s, where the political establishment in Iran was shocked by the election result, were completely baffled by the expansion of civil society that came as a direct result of Hashemi's campaign, where he campaigned on platform of civil society. And there was a lot of public debate, agitation, organization. It looked like, as a result of the winning of two elections, important elections for the president and the parliament, that things were beginning to shift in important ways. But then, predictably, the counter-revolution set in, and very carefully and with a lot of calculation, the establishment of the Islamic Republic crushed that particular moment of democracy. It reemerged again in 2009 as a result of the Green Movement protests. We had 3 million people in the streets. The senior commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said that the Green Movement protests posed a bigger threat to the Islamic Republic than the Iran-Iraq war did. That was the moment which was then crushed. We can dispute and discuss the reasons for why these moments of democracy did not reach their fruition. And I think there was another moment. It wasn't really a moment of democracy, but I think it created, it was a possibility of sort of better social conditions that could be more conducive for democratic organizing and mobilizing. And that was the election of Hassan Rouhani. Whatever you think of Iranian civil society, middle class, broad swaths of human rights and democracy mobilized to try and get Rouhani elected because they believed that his promise of getting a nuclear agreement, reducing tensions, removing sanctions, would be to the benefit of Iranian society, which would then lead to perhaps better opportunities down the road. So those moments of all crushed, and we're at a very dark period. When I talk to Iranians right now, my contacts on the ground, many Iranians feel they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They're caught between a deeply authoritarian regime, increasingly repressive on the one side, and they're caught between Donald Trump on the other side. There's a lot of despair, a lot of disillusionment, a lot of soul searching. People, I think, generally speaking, in this deeply depressive moment for democracy, not just in Iran, but globally. I think that adds to the despair. Everywhere around the world, democracies are trying to get populism on ours. That doesn't, instill a lot of hope for the leader forces fighting for democracy and authoritarian regimes. But it's important to point out that over the last 4 years, there have been important gains for democracy. The Islamic Republic suffers from a deep crisis of legitimacy. In fact, I'm writing a book on the topic, and I've been chronicling the different moments and examples. I'll just cite two of them for you. Last week, the head of Tehran's revolutionary court, a man by the name of Musa Azadeh, gave a talk where he revealingly said if ever push comes to shove, whenever there's a moment of crisis, the Islamic Republic is willing to rely upon Shia militias that they've been backing in the region. He actually mentioned the names, the Houthis, the Hashd al-Shaabiya, the Shia militia groups, to come into Iran and to, crush it and protest in the state of the Islamic Republic. I don't think that was a one-off. I think that's a reflection of elite thinking, a reflection of elite paranoia, and also a reflection that there's a sense of doubt that if ever there's a moment of crisis, there can't be a guarantee that the Revolutionary Guard forces or the besieged militia will remain loyal to the regime. That's an interesting insight. And the other case that was mentioned briefly, I think it's quite revealing. It's been in the news if you're following internal Iranian politics. And again, I interpret this event as a deep moment of a reflection of the crisis of legitimacy that the regime is facing. There's been a broad-scale crackdown and paranoia inside the Islamic Republic toward environmental activism. Now, if you ask yourself, what threat do environmental activists pose to the regime? They're interested in clean air. They're interested in fighting climate change. But the fact that the regime has now gone after environmental activists, killing one of them in Yale, and creating this hysteria that these people are all secret spies, is a reflection of a regime that has now crushed all other aspects of civil society. It's going after environmental activists and portraying them as sort of enemies of the regime in ways that really don't make any sense. Even Iran's own intelligence ministry said there's no case against these people. But of course, the real source of power in the Islamic Guard Corps and their intelligence ministry, and they're the ones who have spin this narrative. So the paranoia over environmental activists, I think, highlights the crisis of legitimacy the regime is facing. Broad swaths, I think, of Iran's middle class, youth population, basically, they don't buy the logic or the propaganda of the regime. And the evidence of this is overwhelming. I don't have time to go into it. Let me just end with just some guidelines that I sort of just noted last night that I think are important guidelines or red lines that anyone who's serious, either in this country or around the world, about supporting democratic struggle in Iran should recognize these red lines and these guidelines. Number one, strong opposition to any form of war, foreign-based regime change policies, or military attack on Iran. I think most Iranian activists, human rights and projects support that as a basic principle. Strong opposition to broad sanctions that affect the average Iranian citizen. Targeted sanctions against human rights violators. There's a lot on these hands. It's a different case, but I'm talking about the sanctions that we're seeing right now. Strong opposition. Strong support for diplomacy for the JCPOA that reduces and averts the prospect of war and removes economic sanctions. Strong support for a strategy of nonviolent resistance. Those people who advocate war arms struggle, I think, are on the margins of the debate with respect to how to advance democracy. Nonviolent strategy is absolutely essential, which also implies that there's no quick fixes, that there's no easy way forward, that the struggle for democracy in Iran is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Number 5, total rejection of Trump's foreign policy. But if I had to pick on one thing that I think is worth noting, is this ridiculous embrace, this embarrassing embrace of the NDK, this notorious cult, as somehow an alternative for a future democratic leadership. It's just a joke, it's an embarrassment. And the more that the Trump administration wraps themselves in the arms of this cult, and it's not just Trump, it's not just the Republican Party. Democratic politicians in this country are also guilty of this sinister embrace. And lastly, I would say, if you're serious about advancing democracy in Iran and human rights in Iran, you have to take your refuse. You have to listen more closely to organically connected groups within Iran. There's a huge list of them. Some of their names have been mentioned. I mentioned Nasrin Sotoudeh. There's a lot of other people. You have to, there has to be some coordination, not directly, but at least, if you want to support democracy in any country, you have to dial back the arrogance, dial back the, sense of self-righteousness, and ask the people that you are purporting to help, how can we best help you from abroad? That rarely happens in the United States, and I think we're a smaller country because of it. And let me just make one last point, because I think it's very important. I think the United States of America, every U.S. taxpayer, has a unique moral responsibility for supporting democracy. Why? Because in 1953, this country overthrew the best prospect for democracy in Iraq, arguably in its modern history. Ask yourself the following question. Had democracy not been toppled in Iran in 1953, where might Iran be today? Where might the Middle East be today? Where might the Islamic world be today had there existed a consolidated, vibrant democracy in the heart of the Middle East? We don't know the answers to those questions. But what we do know is that we can hopefully learn the lessons of the past, learn from our mistakes, and try to reorient our policy in a way that is much more conducive and much more in the direction of supporting democratic transitions in Iran. That's what I think we did.
Thank you, Nader. I believe we have about 15 minutes. Is that correct? Approximately 15 minutes. Trip to Bottom might take longer. Somebody let me know if that's correct. I would like to pick up on this crisis of legitimacy that you mentioned. You used terms like depressive and soul-searching. But going forward, and this is something I think the other speakers mentioned that nobody really took to the next step. Maybe we have a chance to drill down succession. What is going, the Supreme Leader is getting up there, he's a little older. We talk about the elements in civil society that are trying to reassert themselves. We have the IRGC and the military and general security apparatus that's reasserting itself. Farzin talks about cultural revolution 2.0. Could each of you just take a 1 minute to talk about what is success in your mind going to look like? What are the dynamics around those events? And if there are any policy implications for the United States or if the activists community start thinking about
I'll quickly say that I think this is a moment to watch for because the office of the Supreme Leader is the most powerful institution in the state. Who the next Supreme Leader will be will profoundly matter in the future of this particular regime. I think the regime is very much concerned about finding an appropriate Supreme Leader. There's no clear candidate. There's a lot of names that have been bandied about. And I think this moment of succession and transition does provide for the forces of democracy an opportunity, potential opportunity to assert themselves. We don't know what these social political conditions will be at that time. But it is going to be a moment of deep concern, a moment where potentially there might be a democratic opening. The Iranian society has changed quite significantly the last time it changed. So it's uncertain. I think the regime itself is going to try and negotiate a smooth transition, but I really don't see anyone of the cast of characters that will really be anyone who has the qualifications that can particularly, act at least as some form of leader that can have, even an odor of legitimacy in front of the size of the youth population in Iran, which basically rejects the status quo in the country. So it's going to be a moment of uncertainty. It really depends on, what the international context is, what the regional context is, and the domestic context is. So it's something to watch for. It will be an incredibly important moment for the future of this regime.
It's definitely something to watch for. But if we're putting our prognosticator hat on, and you mentioned that the youth movement is going to have a much larger role, especially from the last time. But we're also seeing quite a different dynamic between the IRGC, the clergy, and the supreme leader. What's that look like? What are the implications for succession?
Well, I think it could go two ways. It could be very seamless. The IRGC could access most powerful already probably they have already moved their successor. And he could take the form of president or something person in case they really need to make amendments to the constitution. But what concerns me is the second option, and it's when things get nasty, things get out of hand. And since the Islamic Revolution has been a zero-sum game from the very beginning. This was if you listen to me, the Islamic Revolution has been a zero-sum game. No, it was not zero-sum. Because it was good half versus the bottom, the good versus the evil from the very beginning. So it could put Iranians, those who aspire for civil liberties, at the very wrong end of the genetic force of the IRGC. And I here want to emphasize that the missile capability that Iran has, and many other individuals are supporting as a force of deterrence, could very well take the form of an instrument to suppress the major uprising in some parts of Iran. And there are missile bases all over the country, and they could very well be turned back and use against their own kingdom.
Saeid?
Same question?
Especially after Nader and Farzin. If you look at the Constitution, according to the Constitution, the Assembly of Constitution of 88, right now to 86, Grand Clergy should decide who will be the next Supreme Leader. This is institutional perspective. Right now, the hardline, quote unquote, has the upper hand. Just 2 days ago, the new head of Iran Judiciary was appointed as the first secretary of the Assembly of Experts with 43 votes. The second was Ayatollah Marjan, the head of Excellency Council with 23. And these two are, in any calculation, are the front runners for the succession of the Supreme Leader. So that's one thing that you can, if you look at the Assembly of Experts and see who are these people and what they are thinking, what their ideological alignment is. Unfortunately, they are more radical and ideological. After 2016 election, there was a hope that the more soft liner came to the Assembly of Experts after Ayatollah became the head of Assembly, and right now Ayatollah became the first secretary. That hope completely dashed. But in my opinion, we have to look at other actors that actually can change or influence the decision of Assembly of Experts. I'm not talking about the civilian society, because I don't see any role for them in terms of the succession. I mean the Norwegian law. They are the most important and powerful organization, and because of the lot of relationship with the Assembly of Experts members, they can actually change the decision of Assembly of Experts if the next Supreme Leader is not aligned with them. So that's the whole idea that we have to watch them. And I'm sure, based on all of the evidence that we have, I don't think that the succession will be difficult. I think the succession will be managed, and another hardline will be next Supreme Leader.
Not the most optimistic.
I told you, the depressing panel.
We have time for one or two questions max before Mr. Book arrives. Please, the microphone is over there. While we're waiting for a question, quick lightning round. What do we hope to hear from, what do you hope to hear specifically from Mr. Book? Mr. Book?
Not very much. Perhaps a reconsideration of the policy toward.
Yes.
Thanks. Barbara Saeid from the Atlantic Council. Thank you all for your comments. Very interesting. Nice to see some faces I only see on Twitter here in Washington. I unfortunately have to leave in 5 minutes, so what I'm going to do is put to you a couple of questions I would like you to put to Brian Hook, if that's all right, since we don't often get the opportunity. The first is, as Nader mentioned about the MEK. I found out and wrote about last week the fact that they changed the State Department talking points so that the MEK is no longer regarded as an organization that is not a viable alternative to the Islamic Republic. Ask Brian Hook why the talking points were changed. Is the MEK now suddenly a viable alternative to the Islamic Republic? Ask him who made the decision to make that change. Was it John Bolton, who has taken tens of thousands of dollars from the MEK? The other question I would have for Brian Hook is, what are they going to do to ensure that Iranians can still get food and medicine under this sanctions regime? I was at a conference yesterday on sanctions at the State Department where this question was repeatedly raised with State Department and Treasury officials, and they had no good answer. So how do you keep these sanctions from literally starving and killing Iranian people? And if you ask those questions, I will find out later in a few minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I would like just to take the opportunity, since we have a couple minutes. You write about, you mentioned the possibility of cultural revolution 2.0. When you say that, is it academic? Do you see that as a possibility? What would drive such a retrenchment, let's call it?
Well, the history, how they did the first one, and how the implications exist that it could happen again. Well, there is 5 points. In September 2011, the Supreme Leader outlined 5 objectives of Islamic revolutions. There's no time to talk about all of them, but they only have achieved 2 of them, and there's 5 more. So this is becoming increasingly frustrating for the RFC especially, and they are outspoken about it. That they see this current situation in Iran and society as a delay that threatens the very roots of the Islamic revolution and risks reversal of existing revolutionary achievements. So they blame the extremely worrying cultural and moral state of Iranian society for stagnation, and thus have called for fundamental changes. They can take the form of a cultural revolution because they view the changing culture of Iranian society as an objective. The idea of cultural revolution actually started since 1918 and continue until now, even under the Hashemi. The Supreme Leader and the Supreme Council of Cultural Revolution tried to approve a few law and regulation to continuous communication and cultural revolution in the university. During Ahmadinejad, it continued, and the fact is that actually this is the whole idea of the social engineering of society to create Islamic utopia, and right now you have a Islamic dystopia completely. That in any indication, corruption and crime is much higher than other countries. So it's not a very new idea, and I'm not worried about it. They do, as Nadimi said, that's the whole idea. They push it, even they know that it's fake. But in reality, Iranian society are becoming less Islamic compared to any Middle Eastern country. If you ask me, I really can't say Iran is the most secular Islamic society. Not because, the part of this
transition was happening because of urbanization, education, etc. But part of that is a reflection to the Islamization policy from like 1999. So it's failed.
Nader, in your analysis, the democratic forces and the youth are reasserting themselves. The environmentalists are there's a crackdown, which is facilitated by the issues that are the aids to society of the environment and labor rights. Could that possibly stimulate a cultural revolution 2.0, as Farzin points out? Who's going to win culturally?
Well, I think you have to be accurate. Right now, people are just trying to survive in Iran. I mean, so the crackdown that's happening is really a crackdown that's taking place against a society that's deeply fractured, deeply broken. And yes, there's resistance taking place. It's not sort of organized, broad, very resistance that's taking place right now in Iran. The regime, I think, is very much taking advantage of this unique opportunity to try and extend the tentacles of its reach to crush all forms of dissent, but also at the same time send messages that look, if we can go after environmentalists, we go after human rights activists in the world and protest, but we won't flinch, then that's in itself a victory for the regime. It shows that it can act with impunity. Whether this will lead to a cultural revolution, I don't think so, because as Saeid and Farzin pointed out, large sections of the Iranian urban middle class youth population have ideologically broken from the Islamic Republic. They don't buy the propaganda. Whenever they're given a free exercise of lifestyle choice, they choose lifestyles that are very different than the model Islamic citizen that the Islamic Republic is trying to open. So the regime is trying to push this type of cultural revolution on society. I don't think it's going to have many takers. But I still think the biggest thing that we need to be thinking about here in the United States, here in Washington, D.C., is what can the United States be doing better? What can the West be doing better to create a more appropriate international and regional context to support the Iran? There's not much we can do domestically, but I think there's a lot that we can do regionally, and there's a lot that we can do internationally. And that's where I think the conversation should be focused.
You mentioned the environmental and the labor. From a Washington perspective, analysts are asking that the trend line looked like this was going to be a lot more people hitting the streets. There was a crackdown, there was a response by the people, and are we right to say that this movement never is really coalesced and we're not going to see any more protests, mass protests going forward?
Yes, that would be my reading. I think they're small, they're sporadic, they're responding to different moments in crisis. We don't know when mass protests. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about studying revolution, right? You don't know when they turn the corner and turn into a mass protest. There are a lot of things that are inhibiting, I think, that mass protests and mass organization taking place. We have to acknowledge it, but it's important to, I think, emphasize this is a deeply repressive regime. It's willing to use mass violence. It's engaged in mass violence in Syria. And it's, according to the quote that I wrote, they're openly contemplating that doing it in Iran if ever push comes to shove. Also, we also have to acknowledge that this regime does have basic support. Some people may not want to acknowledge it, but every authoritarian regime has hundreds, if not millions, of people whose careers, whose livelihoods, whose income is tied to the status quo. Now, beyond that, there's an ideological, I think, component that does tie some people to the regime. So there is a basic support, and they have certain loyalty to it. So we can't completely ignore that. I think one of the problems with U.S. foreign policy today, particularly in the Trump administration, there is this naive belief just squeezing you on a little bit, sanction it, pushing it, threaten it. It's called a collapse, and we're going to have a smooth democratic transition. They're going to embrace everything that the United States stands for. That's
okay. Saeid, going to the issues of the basic support for the regime, the effective sanctions and international policy on that base. Can you comment on that? And if you have any questions, just raise your hand and get my attention.
Please let me actually continue the Nader and then go back to the sanction and the social base of the Islamic Republic. There is a misunderstanding between revolt and revolution, especially among the activism. There are two groups that believe there is no revolution in Iran or there will be a revolution in Iran. at this language, you will have a lot of revolt or uprising because of the economic tension, because of the social separation, but doesn't mean that this social revolt or uprising will lead to a revolution. Revolution, you have a lot of necessity. You need to have, the army should work on. You have to have an international atmosphere that actually supports the revolution. You need to have the split between the elite. You have to have the mass satisfaction and the unit motivation. Some of these elements are in Iranian society, some of them no. So if you ask me, I think the result of the sanction, and I'm going to jump to the second question, will lead to the sporadic, uprising or protest, but I don't see that it will lead to the revolution because there are a lot of elements needed for that to make revolution happen. On the side of the social base of the Islamic Republic, not everybody, and we talk about the Masih precisely here, Masih is a multi-member organization, and to be honest, some of them going for the ideology, some of them for finding the opportunity, some of them for to get a job for many different reasons. And money is only one reason. There are a lot of social welfare that the Islamic Republic offers to the Masih members. So even with the sanction, that social welfare will be there. Maybe a little bit strange, but they continue. The Hassan Nasrallah just a few days ago actually asked his supporters to help the organization because of the sanction. So sanction has the impact, but this impact actually will help the Iranian people more than the Canadian regime. And the most vulnerable people are the lower class poor that they cannot afford their the monthly living. So.
Farzin will give you the last word. Any last comments?
Well, we have to remind ourselves. I don't know on these comments over the years about the fire. We order intellectual, scientific, and cultural jihadist minds around the country to do whatever they can at their discretion. To fire build the battlefields, cultural battlefields, and other. He had a central command battlefield that urban issues, but in your case, we can if you're caught up on that central command, we can fire it through. He said, you think, find, move, act. These are his exact words. He later claimed he didn't mean that people turn into loose cannons, but I think his words are pretty much clear. We do not expect a scientist to fire a bill. We do not expect an intellectual one to fire a bill. We expect a soldier to fire.
Thank you. I want to thank all the speakers and activists for doing what you're doing. Thank you. We understand Brian is here. Elise Labott, one of the most well-known foreign correspondents, who is recently the CNN State Department Bureau Chief, will be interviewing Brian, and we'll set up again. Thank you very much for being spend some time together.
The President has said, as we discussed this morning, that that's a real priority for them. So we're going to talk a little bit about Brian's work and some of the things that we heard this morning. We'll see if we can move forward on some of those issues. And then we'll take your questions towards the end. So Brian, let's just, thanks for coming this morning. We know you're super busy. Let's just dive in and talk about the Trump administration's strategic vision for the work you're doing with Iran. What is the end game? Because I think sometimes people are confused. Is it regime change? Is it the regime itself just changing its stripes? Is it ending nuclear activity in Iran, or all of the above? Let's talk. Let's start there.
Thank you, Elise. Good to be with all of you. Thank you for organizing this event. I would say, broadly, our first and foremost, the President's first responsibility is to the American people to ensure their safety and security. he did not believe that the Iran nuclear deal sufficiently addressed a non-proliferation threat to peace and security of Iran's nuclear program. The regime has never come clean on the prior military aspects of its nuclear program. You had, as proof, one of many proofs of that, you had the operation that the Israeli government undertook into the heart of Tehran, into a warehouse in Iran where they were clandestinely storing half a ton of materials on nuclear weapon and the means of delivery. And so we are obviously still very concerned. We fully expect whenever the IAEA releases its reports on Iran's compliance, we fully expect them to be in compliance because the deal set a very low bar for compliance. We should not be surprised when the IAEA issues these reports about Iranian compliance because the bar is set very low. So we have Iran's nuclear program, and there is no evidence that the regime has given up its intent to become a nuclear state. You have the missile program, has the largest missile inventory of any country in the region. Its missile testing, its ballistic missile testing, its space launch, the commercial satellite launches, that technology they use is a technology transfer to intercontinental ballistic missiles. And when you think about where Iran is in the world, why on earth would they need an intercontinental ballistic missile? And so this is something which is consistent with their foreign policy of death to America. And so when they demonstrate this interest in the ICBM capacity, and they're doing that through the space launches, we are very active talking about that. So nukes, missiles, and then you have the regional aggression. That regional aggression has led to the deaths of many hundreds of American servicemen in Iraq. And you also have our friends and partners in the region who are also under attack by Iran, by its proxies. They're very good in the gray zone. The White House recently said, a few months ago, after the rocket attacks on our diplomatic facilities in Baghdad and Basra, that we will not make a distinction between the Iranian government and the militias that they organize training with. So when you look at that range, those three broad threats to peace and security that Iran presents, we have undertaken a new strategy. We are outside of the deal. Being outside of the deal has given us enormous diplomatic and economic leverage to address these three threats that I'm talking about: the nuclear, the missile, and the regional aggression. And you could go beyond that to include the human rights abuses, the arbitrary detention of American citizens and other dual national citizens. The UK is having a problem with this. The United States is not the only one. We have a special envoy, Robert O'Brien, whose work is dedicated to just focusing on these issues. He's got a big priority about getting the Americans who are arbitrarily detained in Iran and have in prison. We still don't know the status of Bob Levinson. We keep working on that. So I would say we have done a reassessment of the threats that Iran presents. We are out of the deal, which gives us much better footing, much better posture to address these threats. And we're going to continue to do that. So I would say broadly, our goals align around those principal threats. I think the Iran nuclear deal caused people to believe that as long as Iran was in compliance with the deal, that the region and the rest of the world was doing pretty well. But in fact, Iran took the sanctions relief under the Iran nuclear deal and then spent it in Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, where they typically spend it. So the question that we ask is, if given more money to spend on terrorism, why wouldn't this regime spend more money on terrorism? That's what this regime has historically done. And they were given an enormous opportunity to get onto a better footing with the United States with that deal. There was enormous sanctions relief. And instead of investing that money in their own people, they spent it on violent misadventures abroad. And they doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down their support for Assad in Syria. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars supporting the Houthis in Yemen. Just since 2013 alone, to give you some idea of how much we're talking about the money flows here, since 2013 alone, they have spent $16 billion supporting their operations in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. And so we're going after the money. And if you want to go after the money, you have to go after the oil.
Okay, that's a great look at some of the things you're doing. And Secretary Pompeo, we remember, laid out these kind of 12 conditions. Today we're talking about civil society, human rights violations, the lack of self-determination. Do you think, and to be clear, yourself, Secretary Pompeo, have spent a lot of time talking about these problems. And there's a video that we just saw you and Robbie and Masih, which we'll talk about in a bit. Some critics might say that you're so focused on these issues, the three that you laid out, these 12 conditions, of an outward-looking thing of Iran, that you don't have the bandwidth to deal with some of these issues about helping the Iranian people with their own democracy and democracy.
One of the big policy shifts that this administration undertook was to stand with the Iranian people and to not repeat the mistakes of 2009. And as soon as we saw protesters in December of 2017, from the president on down, you had almost daily support for what they were demanding. So I think we have corrected that. I think that those who sacrificed their lives for the cause of freedom should never wonder where America stands. And so we I think through that process have helped to elevate the plight of the Iranian people. President Trump said that the longest suffering victims of the Iranian regime are the Iranian people. And that's something which needs to be said over and over and over again. I think this is a regime that has brutalized its own people. It jails people, it murders them. It's been that way since 1979, even with the people who were involved in the revolution who found themselves, after being supporters of it, were then jailed and murdered. This regime also does a very bad job of representing its own people to the world. And so we know the regime chants death to America, but we don't think the Iranian people, by and large, believe that. I think that there are a lot of very natural ties between the American people and the Iranian people. The regime, I think, distorts that and makes it very hard sometimes for us to understand a lot of the natural ties that we have. Elise talked about the list of 12 requirements that the Secretary laid out in May, a few weeks after the President left the Iran nuclear deal. And I think that list, we are able to, I think, with a lot of clarity and a lot of honesty, speak to the threats that this regime presents, while at the same time standing with the Iranian people. And a lot of the things that the Iranian people are asking for are the same things that we're asking for. And I see an increasing convergence around our demands and the demands of the Iranian people. I know that there were protests and there were people holding up signs that say, forget Syria, remember us. And that speaks to how the sanctions relief was granted. And we suspended our oil and financial sanctions, our energy and financial sanctions, we suspended, which allowed enormous flows of money to go into this regime. And they spend it, or they always spend it. So we think that we can do these things, and we have to do it successfully. If I were to divide our strategy into three areas, you have the diplomatic piece, you have restoring deterrence, and then you have standing with the Iranian people. The diplomatic piece, some of these overlap, the diplomatic piece is, we want to get to a new and better deal to replace or succeed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. And that's going to be a deal that's comprehensive. It is not going to be narrowly focused on just one threat to Iran, to the world's peace and security. That diplomatic effort is backed up by severe economic pressure. And that serves two purposes. It's a good thing to deny this regime revenue, because we know how they spend it. The other thing it does is that I think it encourages them, creates better conditions to bring them back to the negotiating table. That has worked in the past. Talking nicely has not worked in the past. If talking nicely worked, we would have solved this about 40 years ago. But this is a regime that plays cat and mouse diplomacy with every nation that it interacts with. And they don't operate in good faith. On a very regular basis, the Europeans learned the hard way when they tried to get to a nuclear deal with Iran. They discovered that they were cheating and violating the agreement. We think that denying the regime revenue is a very important and good thing, and it also increases that to come back to the table. By denying the revenue, you're also helping to restore deterrence. And you also have a lot of efforts to disrupt and impede the operations of the IRGC, the Quds Force, and their proxies and militias, and then the third part is kind of the Iranian people.
Let's dig into this standing with the Iranian people. Do you think that the campaign to distinguish from the regime and the people is really working? Because we heard this morning about some of the problems that the Iranian people are facing. For instance, shortages of food and medicine. Nowruz, the Persian New Year, is coming up, and there are reports from Iran that they can't afford to celebrate the holiday. We heard some of the Iranian panelists this morning talking about some of these sanctions that are they're turning into, even if you're not receiving it, even if you're not intending, they're turning into kind of collective punishment, where people can't send money home to their families. They can't. Iranians can't open up a bank. Iranian people can't open up a bank account. The travel ban. A lot of Iranians want to come to the United States, and you yourself said that the vast majority of Iranians are good people that don't have any beef with the United States. So how can you ensure that this is not collective punishment, even if the sanctions are targeted at the regime? They end up hurting.
The Iranian people know where to place blame for their economic troubles, and they're placing it on President Rouhani. He promised economic reforms in 2013 that he has failed to deliver on. And this is part of a longer trend, a 40-year trend of broken promises. And I've looked at what the Ayatollah Khomeini said when he was in Paris before he came to Iran, and then the things that he said then when he came to Tehran. And he promised a better economic future, promised greater justice, promised a lot of freedoms for women. And if you, as we've done, as you go through and catalog a lot of those promises that were made, this is a regime that has failed to deliver on the promises of the revolution they were making. And I think that they very much, obviously the Iranian people enjoyed a lot of social and cultural freedoms that the regime then very aggressively moved to extinguish. When you look at the travel ban and the banks and the lack of access to various things that the Iranian people are seeking, it all ties back to this regime. The Iranian regime is the world's leading sponsor of terrorism.
Do you think the Iranians people make that connection?
I think they do. And so as a consequence, it makes it very difficult. This is one of the costs that the regime's behavior imposes on the Iranian people. When you are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, there are going to be downstream consequences for travel. And on the banks, the regime does not want the world to know where the money goes. It is dark for a reason. It is opaque for a reason. They don't comply with FATF for a reason. Because if they did, you would see the money flows to the places that I talked about earlier. You would be able to see the money going to its militias and to funding its expansionist and revolutionary foreign policy. So I think from the polls that I've seen in our conversations with the Iranian diaspora We have at the State Department, we have a regional presence office in Dubai. We talk with a lot of Iranians there. We don't think that there's any confusion as to the primary cause of their troubles in this country. Our sanctions are designed they are targeted at the regime, and the Iranian people know because we've seen hashtags, social media campaigns built around this. They know that we have made exemptions for food, for medicine, medical devices, agricultural products. Here's something that the regime does. In addition to not complying with that, they take the extra step of creating, the IRGC creates front companies they present to the world as humanitarian companies. And so banks know this. But we've done our part, and the Iranian people know that we have done our part by creating these exemptions. And the Iranian regime needs to do its part and to open up its financial system so that it's transparent and clear and complies with FATF. And they need to stop, the IRGC needs to stop using front companies to deceive banks around the world. And so, no surprise, banks are very nervous about dealing with these front companies and with these organizations at the table. We have SWIFT. SWIFT decertified, took off of the SWIFT financial messaging system all the banks that we designated because they're dirty banks. They're dirty banks. And there's a lot of nervousness around engaging. You know, in banking, the first rule is know your client. And the more you get to know your client on the other side of the table in Iran, the more nervous you get. These are all problems that the regime can fix.
What about human rights violations and sanctions? Do you have enough information? Are you able to do anything with the information that you do have? Do you anticipate maybe a new round of Magnitsky is a new tool that you have to sanction Iranian officials who are engaged in human rights violations?
We have sanctioned, I know they have a new incoming head of the judiciary, but the highest ranking official that we designated was in the human rights violations. So we sanctioned the head of Iran's judiciary. We've done other sanctions on human rights violations. Yes. We have had, since taking office, 20 rounds of sanctions, and we have designated 850 individuals and entities. When we reimposed our sanctions in November, it was the largest single-day imposition of sanctions against Iran in American history, and we have since added to that. I think at the time we've done 17 rounds, we've since done 3 rounds. There will be more to come. And it'll be across a range of issues that concern Iran's behavior.
So how do you reconcile some of the other aspects of U.S. policy with your goals that you discussed? For instance, pulling out of Syria, part of the reason, obviously ISIS was a main goal of the United States, but pulling out of Syria doesn't really give you that much opportunity to deal with Iran's behavior in that country. And then also, on the hostages, we talk about that being a real goal. How do you anticipate freeing the hostages without any kind of dialogue with Iran? With the regimes?
Yeah. Well, on Syria, we have a special envoy for Special Representative of Syria, Ambassador Jim Jeffrey, and he knows the region very well, a distinguished foreign service officer who has, he and Secretary Pompeo have publicly talked about the need to remove all troops under Iranian command out of Syria.
How do you do that without any presence in Syria?
Well, we think the trend lines, are favorable in that direction. It's very hard, I think, if you're Russia or Syria, and if you would like to have a more stable country, it's very hard to imagine that while you have Iranian troops firing rockets into Israel. And Israel is going to defend itself, as they have. And as long as Iran is conducting a proxy war from Syria, it's very hard to stabilize the country. And so we think that there are a number of incentives for a lot of folks to get these Iranian IRGC Quds Force and militias that they oversee out of Syria. Our troops in the north were there under an AUMF to focus on ISIS. But I think that in light of the follow-on work that's been done, I think that we'll be able to, our troop levels in the Middle East go up and down around the region. That's historically been the case. We are comfortable with it's the same mission, different tactics. The mission has not changed. We're using different tactics to achieve the same mission, and we will achieve the mission.
Do you have any historical analysis? Yeah.
When we were in the deal, I went to Vienna for a meeting of the Joint Commission, and it was the last meeting the United States attended as a party to the Iran nuclear deal. And I requested a meeting with Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi. And I took out a piece of paper and wrote out the names of every American that is being detained in Iran or missing. And then I slid it across the table and I said, these people have suffered long enough. And I walked through each of them to tell their story and said that these people need to be let go. Talked about doing, beyond that, just say that we are doing everything we can. Robert O'Brien is in very close touch with the families. Since he's on board, he is the lead on that. Before he was there, I asked for the meeting with the boss to say that these people have these people. No, that was when we were in the deal.
No, okay. So since
No.
you pulled out of the deal, no
No.
discussion. How do you move this forward without any dialogue?
Well, we've made it clear, the Secretary, the President, have made it clear that we are certainly open to negotiations. The Secretary laid out his 12 requirements in his speech, where we need to see a change in Iran's behavior.
Do you really realistically anticipate a change in all 12 before you get those Americans out?
I won't be more specific than what the Secretary has said. We made it very clear to the Iranian regime on the changes in behavior that we need to see. And that is going to then be, that would pave the way to restore diplomatic relations with the United States. If we could get to an agreement, we would submit this agreement as a treaty to the United States Senate, which I thought that the prior administration should have submitted its deal to the Senate for ratification. I thought that met the criteria for a non-proliferation treaty of some significance. And then there's a number of great things that can follow, and I'm trying to talk about that in a video.
We'll get to that. So, in June it's going to be 30 years since the Supreme Leader took power. And I'm just wondering, do you think of an Iran without Khamenei? Do you think Iran would change? And do you have a plan of what the U.S. would do if he were to suddenly, he's ailing in health, believed to have prostate cancer, I think. Do you have a plan for what would happen the day after? How would the U.S. respond?
Well, he's still in power. He is the Ayatollah. As you said, he's been there for 30 years. It is, nobody has a crystal ball on this. We feel like we are, what we do have control over, I think, in the very near term, is our strategy of focusing around the threats that I identified earlier.
Right, but, okay, let's say, if he were to die, there's obviously going to be some uncertainty, there are various ways that could go with the Supreme Leader. It's kind of like, I think with Castro as well. When these dictators or authoritarian leaders die, if you're not on the ground or in dialogue, are you too late to help shape that change?
I think we are. The work that we're doing now, I think, creates good conditions for this eventuality that we're talking about in terms of whatever the future may hold in succession. And I've seen various news reports lately around that, and he seems to be thinking more about it.
He seems to be more reflective.
Seems to be a little more reflective. Since 1905, when you had the constitutional revolution, the Iranian people have been working toward a more representative government. And that's a good thing. That journey from the early 1900s to the present has had its ups and downs. I think we can all agree that the last 40 years have been part of the downside. And I think that it is, in very ways, aberrant when you look at that period from 1905 forward. And I think that the Iranian people very much want a representative government. I would also say that this regime fears more than anything else one free election. So the future of Iran is up to the Iranian people. It's going to be decided by them. We are going to be doing everything we can in our capacity, diplomatically, economically, on the security side to support that, but it's up to the Iranian people.
Let's talk about funding for democracy programs, which gets to that very idea. We know the regime spends hundreds of millions on repression, censoring, circumventing the technology that you are helping to provide access to, cutting off people from the world. Do you think they're allocating enough money to combat this? I mean, the recent budget for this type of funding had been cut a little bit. Congress, from was it 19 million, Congress bumped it up. Do you think the level of funding is enough to achieve your goals? And are you putting your money where your mouth is? And do you think that you and Congress are on the same page on this?
Well, I think we have a very robust and vigorous grant program that I've taken a keen interest in. We do a lot to support the kinds of goals where Iranian people have a more representative government and supporting their desires and demands. And it cuts across, I'll give you an example of just one area where we've been highlighting it. In September of last year, we released a report, the Secretary released a report at an outlaw regime that chronicles Iran's malign activity. It's the first time, as I understand it, it's the first time the United States government has released a report exposing this regime's destruction of the Iranian environment. And we're drawing a lot more attention to that. When this regime came into power, you had 7 ancient dams and about 11 or 12 modern dams. The IRGC then built 600 dams. And that has contributed enormously to the drought crisis that you have. You have lakes and riverbeds that have been written about by Persian poets that are gone. And you have farmers who aren't able to farm land. And you have people that don't have access to water, and those that often do are drinking contaminated water. You also have, I saw this video that Iran's titular foreign minister did, and he was standing there broadcasting from Tehran. The first thing I noticed was I would focus more on the pollution behind him than what he was saying. It's enormous pollution challenges. Again, another example of how this regime doesn't invest in its own people. And they would rather be sowing, sort of spreading the revolution abroad than focusing on their own people at home. And so we have a section in there on human rights. We're going to continue supporting this work. I think we've been doing it in a very robust and vigorous way. You mentioned the social media part. We think it is very important for the Iranian people to be able to communicate with each other and to be able to communicate with the outside world. This regime, you have the Ayatollah, who has his own Twitter feed. The foreign minister has a Twitter feed. They also ban Twitter. And so this is the sort of hypocrisy that I think the Iranian people have been enduring for many, many decades. We highlight it to the rest of the world. And if we don't highlight it to the rest of the world, it's harder to get the message out and to educate people about this regime. I don't know if you all saw this, but the other day, the Supreme Leader put out a tweet. He was pinning a medal on Milani, who I think is, in fact, Iran's foreign minister. And he was putting a medal on it, and he said words to the effect of, I'm pinning this medal on you, and I all best wishes for your martyrdom. I hope that doesn't come right away, but eventually. When we do hope for your martyrdom. This is very bizarre. But it's consistent with some of the other apocalyptic statements that this regime has made in the past, including Alinejad. And so there are days like that where the regime starts to resemble a death cult, when they're pinning the medal on the head of the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps and expressing hope for his martyrdom. And how exactly is he going to achieve his martyrdom? Is he going to do that through Iran's proxy wars around the region, how many innocent people are going to die as a consequence of his martyrdom?
Well,
It's really outrageous.
if you had information that he is martyred and would come from an attack on the U.S., would you push those tables?
No, it was only a few days later that the Supreme Leader put out another tweet. He's been very the Twitter storm lately, getting very nervous for some reason. But he,
Why do you think that is?
because I think he knows that our economic pressure campaign is working.
Do you think it's about you, or do you think it's about his own mortality?
I have no idea. I can't answer that. But he then put out a tweet a few days later where he attacked the United States, he attacked Israel, and he attacked Europe. And he said that these are our enemies. He said that we have enmity with Europe. And he looks forward to the day when they will defeat these people and rub their nose in the dirt. This is the kind of language that we've come to expect from Iran's leader. We think the Iranian people are embarrassed by this. And it doesn't represent the Iranian people. So it's just, he'll continue to use his Twitter feed while he denies his own people the same opportunity to use it.
We all know Suzanne, Maloney, a very well-known blogger from Iran. Wrote recently a very interesting article on her blog about that the U.S. has this obligation to kind of walk back what she says is this loose talk about regime change, that this is not going to help you get what you want. And I know you're going to come back and say, we're not talking about regime change. But there is this kind of distinction that you're making between regime change and getting the people to stop supporting the regime and maybe even vote for them. So, talk to us about how you view this pressure campaign and the ultimate demise of the regime.
Well, the pressure campaign is organized to achieve the 12 objectives that the Secretary laid out. And so we work backwards
If
from
this
there.
regime is not willing to implement those, is an end game of your policy, this massive pressure campaign and dealing with your own people, and you've spoken, and we'll get to this video, I can tease it again. I wish I should have told them to bring it. Are you sending a message to the Iranian people that they should be seeking alternative representation?
I feel like, I haven't seen what Suzanne has said, but I feel like we've been pretty clear throughout that we are looking for a change in the regime's behavior. We're standing with the Iranian people. We have a campaign of maximum economic pressure on this regime to achieve our objectives. We've been really transparent about this. I wouldn't describe it as loose talk. I think we've been pretty consistent in explaining that the future of Iran is up to the Iranian people. We have made it very clear about the things that we think we need to accomplish. We think there's a lot of convergence with what the Iranian people want and what this administration is seeking. And so we're going to keep doing that and sticking to our policy. We like how we've been able to make progress on the diplomatic side, restoring the terms and standing with the Iranian people, and we're going to keep working in those areas.
You are, though, speaking a lot about diaspora and also opposition. Before you came, one of the panelists was talking about this increased discussion with the MEK, members of the MEK, and that Barbara Slavin, who unfortunately pointed out that your language of the MEK has changed a little bit in terms of successive administrations, and even until recently, this administration has not spoken about, has said that the MEK is not a viable alternative, and now suddenly the language has changed that, they're not. What do you see the MEK as, and what are you doing with that? Because panelists before said that, there used to be a terror group, labeled a terror group here. A lot of people see them as a death cult of a separate type of group.
I'm not familiar who said that, what you're talking about, I just haven't seen it. I met with the Iranian diaspora in the United States and around the world. I went into a country. I asked our embassy if it was possible to do that. So just a few weeks ago, I was in Munich, had a really good meeting with a number of folks. And so through all of these discussions, I've learned that the Iranian diaspora is very passionate about the future of Iran. And there's also not a consensus on the future of Iran. And so it is not for us to decide that future. It's up to the Iranian people, the Iranian diaspora around the world. One thing I've noticed is that as whether you're in Los Angeles or New York or Munich or Dubai, wherever you go, the Iranian, those Iranians are thriving, but Iranians are thriving in their own country. And so we see this, and when you look at the contrast of how the Iranian Americans have done in the United States, it's one of the great success stories of the United States. And then when you contrast that with just how hard it is for Iranians to live in their own country, it just shows you the potential that is really waiting, that has been suppressed by this regime. So I know there are a number of groups.
Talk to me about the MEK.
Well, I'm not going to get into specific groups.
Why not?
Just because.
Well, you're meeting with a lot of them, and Rudy Giuliani is speaking at the conferences and speaking on behalf of the president, saying that the president is going to overthrow them and talking about the MEK being a viable alternative. So how does this administration, in particular, see the MEK? Secretary Pompeo has met with numerous members, and so have you.
Well, I meet regularly with a range of folks. Rudy Giuliani is not a member of the administration.
Well, he's talking on behalf.
He's not talking on behalf of the administration.
He says that he is.
I'd have to see the quote. But he is not an official member of the administration. And so we need to make distinctions between a range of folks. And so we should make these distinctions. Secretary Pompeo and others, including myself, have made very clear that we support the Iranian people broadly. We understand that there are a range of groups that all are very passionate and very committed to a better future for Iran. And I think that there's a lot that we can agree on, and I think that we agree on more than we disagree. And I've seen some of the disagreements in my discussions with people who think that they've got sort of a better plan for the future of Iran than others. That's a healthy debate to have. It's not going to be something where we make the decisions for all the different people and groups and entities and individuals and organizations who all want a better future than what we have now.
So I just want to be clear, because maybe people have been misrepresenting your relationship. You are saying that you do not see the MEK as an heir apparent.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying, I'm not giving you any specific.
You're not anointing.
I'm not anointing anybody. It's not our job. It's not our role to anoint anyone. That's going to be something that the Iranian people. We're not going to usurp the role of the Iranian people or the Iranian diaspora, who are stakeholders in the future of Iran.
Okay.
And that's something which I've heard today, I see it, I get it. Happy to continue the conversation.
Let's talk about this video. Very interesting. You are in front of the old Iranian embassy, which is still technically owned by Iran. Obviously, the property seized and assets. But you talk about how it's been meticulously kept with security and maintenance, Persian rugs and artwork once they are still preserved, to give back to the Iranian people once the diplomatic ties were restored, and you say you would love to hand the keys to a truly representative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I was going to a meeting with another ambassador one day, and happened to be looking across the street, and it was a really lovely Georgian home. Georgian architecture was my home's residence. And then next to it was this other building that sort of had some Persian elements to it. And then I asked him, I just hadn't had the occasion to figure out exactly where the Iranian embassy was. There it is. And as I then got back to the State Department and read up on it and learned about the history over the last 40 years, it's true. we have been keeping the rugs, the Persian rugs, the furniture, the artwork, that is being maintained in climate-controlled storage by the U.S. government. We are maintaining the residence. If you go by it today, you can see it. It's on Massachusetts Avenue.
Stark contrast to the
Yeah,
way the Iranian government is treating the U.S. embassy.
And as I...
which is a museum for their revolution.
It is. And so the more that I was just interested, because we follow the Vienna Convention, the diplomatic protocols, so we honor our obligations, not just simply because we're in the convention, but because it's the right thing to do. And then as I was reflecting on how this regime has treated our diplomatic property, I thought that was an interesting contrast that was worth noting. But then I also wanted to make the broader point that we are hopeful. We understand that we've got a very serious economic pressure campaign and diplomatic effort. We've got a number of things that are quite significant. But I also don't want us to lose sight of the hopefulness that we have. And that was, I thought, the best way, through a sort of symbolic way of saying that, we still have the keys to the embassy. We look forward to returning the keys to the Iranian people. And that is part of what Secretary Pompeo was talking about in the speech in May, is that these are the areas where we can see a change, and then there's a very bright future ahead. So I don't ever want to lose sight sort of that bright future. Let me just say one thing that's a corollary to that. I think the Iranian regime has been so successful at their warfare in the gray zone that nations have become desensitized to it. I think they have somehow lost the ability to imagine a peaceful Iran. And if you were to take the time to think about an Iranian government that invests in its own people in the way that the Emirates does, when you look at how the Emiratis have invested in their own people, look at a place like Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and then other cities in the Middle East.
That's not truly representative.
No, I'm saying no. Well, it's an entirely different.
Sure. Benevolent dictator.
So you see a great contrast there. I think if you can imagine a peaceful Iran, you start to imagine a much more peaceful Middle East. But I think they've been at this for 40 years and we've lost the ability to imagine. I think we've somehow accepted that this is the way that the Middle East works. And I think it would make an enormous contribution if Iran, if this regime would pull back. And it has a revolutionary foreign policy. It's an expansionist foreign policy. But, and they are trying to create this Shia corridor of power, this Shia foreign legion, which gives them a lot of leverage. They go into a country, they dissolve national identities, they encourage sectarian identities, and then that leads to a great deal of violence. We see that in Bahrain, where they have been they've been calling for the overthrow since '81. And a lot of the weapons that have been interdicted, we recently put on display at the Department of Defense. And so the weapons flows, you see this is just how the regime operates, but it has destabilized the Middle East enormously. And we think there would be an amazing dividends if we would have a more peaceful Iran.
I have one last question, and I think we'll open up to a few questions. We started a little bit late, so I'm going to take the editorial decision to go forward a little bit. VOA, Persian, has some analytics have shown that it has the lowest, I'm sorry to our friends here from VOA, has the lowest rating of the Persian media in Iran right now. Do you attribute that to perhaps their distrustful of the United States, even though VOA is an independent organization? Is there anything, obviously it's, again, independent. Is there anything that the U.S. can do to work with some of these U.S.-funded Persian Radio Farda, VOA, to help bring information? to the Iranian people?
This is probably, I am aware of the complaints. I've heard the complaints. And it's something which we have an academic secretary, Michelle Gada. So I think this is probably something in which I think Heather is probably better positioned. I don't want to get out of my lane too much. I very much work with policy.
Do you work with other countries? The Saudis have a very big operation in London. I think it's called the Iran Network. It's called something.
You know, I try to get out on a lot of media too, because I think we've got a very good story to tell. So I agree with you.
But is this a unilateral effort, or are you working with Saudis, Israelis?
I'm working with everybody. I work with a lot of different folks, and so just because I think that explaining our policy is very important.
But I mean joint efforts. I mean, some of your programs that you're doing, some of your, like your democracy programs, are you willing to team up with other countries to help on these type of things? Is this solely U.S.?
I'm looking back again for some guidance. I'm not sure.
All right.
That's a policy guy like me. So I think you've asked very good questions. I think that Michelle Guy is probably who has the file.
All right, we're going to open it up to a few questions. We're not going to ask Michelle. We're going to get Michelle Guy either next time. Okay, let's, sir.
Brian, is this on?
Could you please identify yourself, your affiliation, and we're here for questions. We're not here for soliloquies. Just state your question, and so we can get as many in the remaining time we have.
I'm Nader Hashemi. I'm teaching at the University of Denver. I was on the previous panel. I want to press you where I think your argument is the weakest. You claim you want to support the Iranian people, but you're banning them collectively from coming to this country. And when you were asked the question, you said it's because of the nature of the regime. But you also said extensively that this is a regime that doesn't represent the Iranian people. So why are the Iranian people being punished for the policies of the regime that you have admitted they have no control over? If you really wanted to support the Iranian people, lifting this horrific collective ban on travel to this country would be, I think, the most appropriate thing to do. Why not take that step as a measure of goodwill?
Great question. Why don't you hand that to your friend?
So my question is the politics of the diplomacy and...
Let Brian answer.
Oh, okay.
Any president's first obligation is the safety and security of the American people. And you can't get around the fact, absent from your question, with the acknowledgement that this is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And so it is, that's those are the facts. And so it makes it, we have made clear, I think, through this process about the kind of information sharing that we need. This is another example where the regime is not taking the steps on its side to do what is necessary to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And so for as long as that is the case, where this regime is not cooperating, it makes it very hard for us to have a more expansive piece of policy. And so this is not about having it both ways. It is about a very consistent application of protecting the American people against a regime that is the world leading sponsor of terrorism. And that has been at cost to the Iranian people. But that's not the only and first time that a policy of this regime has hurt the Iranian people. So don't confuse causation with correlation.
Hello. John Blazio with the GPT channel, which was one of the sponsors for this. And thanks for coming today. So my question has to do with the politics of the diplomacy. And it really is, it appears that the Europeans and the Iranians have dug in for now. And the Europeans, with respect to re-engaging negotiations or moving forward with the SPV to work around the sanctions. And I think the Europeans, in my view, have taken all the steps to implement the SPV, but have decided not to do so. And the Iranians, it appears, have just dug in and are waiting the 20 months until the election. Do you foresee any reasonable chance that something other than that scenario in which all the parties are more or less frozen in diplomacy right now will come about?
The first thing I'd say about the special purpose vehicle, or INSTEX, I think is what they're calling it, is that we don't see any corporate demand for it. Any significant corporate demand. There may be small shops here and there, but the United States, when we got out of the Iran deal, has essentially said to corporations that do business with us, is that you can do business with us, or you can do business with Iran, but you may not do both. And so when faced with that choice, given the size of the American market, and given the size of the Iranian market, it's a very easy decision to make. And even look at a place like EU. When you look at the EU total trade volume, the EU does more trade with Kazakhstan than it does with Iran. It is just not as significant a trading partner, I think, as the press would like you to believe. So we have not had any problem with European corporations when we have made clear that they have a choice. They're very happy to continue working with the United States. It's very hard to work in Iran. The regime makes it very difficult. When you listen to businesses, and I've talked to many of them about their experiences in Iran, they're just happy to be out because it's very hard to work there. Because in the context of Iran, if you're a foreign direct investor, and given how the IRGC controls so much of the economy, you never know if you're facilitating commerce or terrorism. But that's the way the regime has set it up. And so we don't see much corporate demand for it. That's the first thing I'd say. The second thing is that we've made it very clear that we will sanction any sanctionable activity. And I think that creates an incentive for those running the SPV to make sure that it is limited in scope and is not used to evade American sanctions. But we also don't see much of a desire for companies to avail themselves of the vehicle in order to be sanctioned by the United States. And Iran also has to set it up on their side. There has to be a mirror on the other side. So Europe has set up its part, but there has to be a mirror on the other side. On the Iranian side, they have to comply with that. I haven't seen that yet. So I think it's still an open question whether the Iranian side will be able to get it off the ground.
Okay, we have time for one or two more questions. Okay, we're going to take these two lightning round very quick, and then we're going to.
It's at the bottom.
It's at the bottom.
My name is Michael Hull. I'm from a company called Psiphon. We provide anti-censorship tools. The Iranian people utilize anti-censorship tools, which the United States government has been on the vanguard for over 10 years. And during protests and that kind of thing, when the reaction of people is that they go to these tools to stay connected, who are on Twitter and all the rest of it. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to reach out to the people themselves through these tools and media organizations, a coordinated effort with, say, the DG7, the international broadcasters, to do a concerted effort to talk to Iranians through anti-censorship tool use when they come on. And if there would be an idea to do a funding surge on that very effort.
We very much support the policy of the Iranian people being able to communicate with each other, especially at times when the regime tries to shut down all the avenues for communication. So it's something as a policy we very much support. I think you have an interesting idea. I think that everybody knows that we have fully supported the anti-censorship tools, making more of them available to get them in the hands of the Iranian people so that they can have options that they can exercise. We believe in free assembly, we believe in free speech, and we believe in enabling and getting into the hands of the Iranian people those tools to help them achieve that.
Okay, I lied. We have two more questions. Right here, super quick, and then we're going to end with your friends. Very, you got one.
Last year, the U.S. now
Yeah, I think he answered that before, but
this is a question about whether we're going to sanction
The new head of the judiciary.
We don't ever preview.
Let's get Jim the microphone as he's answering.
I'll just say one, that we don't preview our sanctions. Because if you preview them, if we're talking about freezing people's assets, we don't preview that we're going to freeze your assets. That would defeat the purpose. So we don't preview these things. I can just say that we are always looking for new opportunities to sanction those who commit human rights abuses.
And you did say that we can expect another round of Magnitsky.
I didn't say that.
You said
I said that there will be more sanctions coming, but I don't specify the nature of the time. What? What about waivers?
The waivers.
The current set of they're called significant reduction exceptions that were granted to 80 countries will expire on May 2nd. The only reason those were given was to make sure that we did not lift the price of oil and have a spike in the price of oil. By doing that, you would have also been at the same time advantaging the Iranian regime. So we don't want to, we want to make very clear, the President has made very clear that we're balancing our national security objectives with our economic interests. We are not looking to grant waivers or exceptions to our campaign of maximum economic pressure. At the same time, we will, in the last round, we had a very tight fragile oil market. We think that 2019 looks a little better. That creates better conditions for us to accelerate our path to zero imports of Iranian crude.
Yeah, this will be the last one.
We are, in the face of the maximum pressure campaign, we are seeing a significant uptick in Iranian influence operations, messaging, disinformation programming around the world. Caracas, Astana, Dubai, Paris, around the world. First of all, what do you see in that regard, and what are we doing to counter that expansion of influence operations?
You're talking about expanding their influence beyond
the messaging campaigns, the disinformation campaigns, the media campaigns that are sponsored by the Iranian government.
Well, one thing we do is expose them, and so that's important. It's important that we expose it and we highlight it. But I don't have much to say beyond that. Not because we're not doing stuff, just because that's something I can talk about. But we have been able to highlight. We have been, I think there was a piece one from the Secretary on this. I can't remember how we did it. It's been a while, but we do expose Iran's disinformation campaigns. It's important for the world to know that. This is a regime that spreads lies and falsehoods, and they use various platforms. They can sort of call them out on it. And we really bring a lot of attention to it.
Well, I want to thank